Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's Planning Commission. And as typical, we're going to start with our Pledge of Allegiance. If we could all stand and honor the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Okay, Ms. Villalobos, if we can have our TV coverage announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the rest of the commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSP TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSP TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website as well as the county's YouTube channel, and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to roll call?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Cooney?
Here.
Commissioner Bridley?
Here.
Commissioner Reed?
Here.
And Chair Martinez.
Here.
And we are expecting Commissioner Park, hopefully.
Yes, yeah. And if we could have the agenda status report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in regards to the status of the agenda today, we do have a request for a continuance on the first item, the TAT Ventures LLC. And then we have the two telecom projects, and then the fourth item is the appeal of the Blanco grading access road improvements. My understanding that staff and applicants are ready to present on all those items. And the first item, the applicant is prepared for that to be continued. So that's the status of the agenda today, Mr. Chair. I can go to the projection report if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So our next scheduled hearing is going to be on July 24th, and that will be in Santa Barbara. And that was a special hearing that we'd set to revisit the agriculture enterprise ordinances. Again, that's going to be in Santa Barbara. And then the hearing after that is July 31st. That is also in Santa Barbara. There are two items on that. An appeal of the El Capitan Canyon Campground, and then the appeals of the Sierra Botanicals cannabis processing. In addition, we are tentatively targeting that date for a discussion item with the Planning Commission regarding permitting and processing of housing projects. We do need to coordinate with the division managers on that date, Mr. Seawards and Mr. Tuttle, as well as the director. But as of right now, we're targeting that date tentatively to have a discussion with the planning commissioners in regards to the different housing laws and how we're processing those internally.
And that's the 31st you're talking about?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. I think it's anticipated that the El Capitan Campground may be resolved by then, but, or maybe not.
Good morning, Commissioners. They're still negotiating. My sense is they are not going to withdraw in time that you would not have to review it, unfortunately. But if something happens next week, we'll try and get the word out through David.
Okay. And I know we're going to continue the matter on, at least you announced on the item number 1 on our agenda, but I think then we'll talk about dates to continue that too when we have that. Okay.
So that would be the 31st, would be potentially 3 items. The last item would be that discussion item. If we can't make that, we can look at other dates in August for that discussion item. So then on August 7th, there are no items projected at this point. And then moving to August 14th, we do have 3 items, which is an appeal of the Sentinel Peak Resources Truck Rack Project, another telecom project off of Clark Avenue, and then a cannabis ordinance. We're potentially targeting August 14th for bringing up the cannabis ordinance amendments, but that could shift. So that's on August 14th, and that is located here in Santa Maria. So those ordinance amendments for the cannabis ordinance amendments are related to the board direction regarding monitoring and enforcement options that we'll be bringing to the Planning Commission and then to the board. But that is a tentative date, and we'll probably know more as the month progresses on that. So then after that, August 28th, we have 3 items projected on that, which is appeal of the Channel Islands YMCA. I think that was continued to that date from our last hearing. And then we're tentatively scheduling the TAT Ventures, which is on the agenda today for the August 28th as well. And then we have the Perkins Place mixed use in Cuyama Valley. And that is here in Santa Maria on August 28th.
Okay, so that would be, that's the date then that we're looking to continue of the item number 1 to the 28th then?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. And then on September 4th, we have a note that Commissioner Kinney will be absent. And then I've failed to coordinate with long-range planning, and they've added 2 more items to that agenda. So we'll continue to work with our division to potentially move those. And if that's the case, then there won't be any items on that date, but we have the outdoor lighting and then the streamlined permitting and the coastal zone ordinance. But I think at the last hearing, Commissioner Cooney said that he's anxiously awaiting those items to be part of that, so we can work with the division managers to move those items.
Thank you.
And if that's the case, then we won't have any items on the 4th. And then September 11th, as of now, we have no items projected. And then the next time we have an item projected is in September 25th, which is a report on the Strauss Wind Energy Project. This is coming to the Planning Commission as your adaptive management plan that was placed on the project through conditions of approval has been triggered. So we'll be coming to the Planning Commission to provide information and discussion on next steps dealing with the bird strikes. October 2nd, we have a homeowner's appeal of another cannabis project in Carpinteria, and then nothing is projected until the end of the year for the County Planning Commission. So we're almost looking at the end of the year. 2024 is almost half over, or I guess it is.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions of Mr. Wilson? Commissioner Cooney, your light's on. Okay, so I see none. Thank you. Thank you. So let's move on to public comment. And public comment is opportunity to comment on matters that are not on our agenda today. And I have one speaker. I don't know if there's any remotely.
If you are attending remotely and like to speak for items not on today's agenda, raise your hand and I'll call on you after Ms. Sandoval.
Diana Sandoval, I have a speaker comment for here in the office.
And no additional hands up.
Okay, Ms. Sandoval, if you can, this is your opportunity. We have 3 minutes, and then whenever, and this goes for everybody, whenever you're up at the podium speaking to the commission, if you could please first start by announcing your name and then proceed with what you're saying. Ms. Sandoval, if you could start.
Dear Chair, members of the Planning Commission, I am Diana Sandoval, and once again, I stand before you to discuss the ongoing injustice regarding my property and planning development's disregard for state and local regulations, and my legal rights. My experience with planning and development is plagued by a pattern of obstruction, raising serious concerns about ethical breaches and potential corruption. This bridge is in an ESHA and in violation of the Coastal Act and Santa Barbara coastal ordinances. I have twice filed timely appeals concerning the illegal and unsafe reconstruction of the bridge and the county's taking of my private property. Both times, Director Plowman preemptively refused my appeals without even reviewing the contents. Eventually, they were accepted but denied. Ms. Plowman claimed they were untimely because the decision to exempt the bridge from state and local law was made in September 2023. Despite my repeated questioning of this incorrect date, she reaffirmed it multiple times. Only after a third Public Records Act request for this decision did she acknowledge a, quote, typo, revising the date to a year earlier in September 2022. Why is this significant? In September 2022, Ms. Plowman assured me her team would provide me a comprehensive assessment regarding zoning issues surrounding the bridge. This assessment never materialized. Furthermore, the County Code, Article 2, Section 35, 181.2, explicitly mandates that property owners like myself receive notice of the decision. Yet, I received no notification of this decision. To illustrate the director's misrepresentation of the code, Ms. Plowman states, "The code does not require notification of neighbors," which is a deliberate misrepresentation as the code clearly distinguishes between neighbors and the property owner, like myself. In June of this year, Ms. Plowman communicated this decision, and I promptly filed a timely appeal, only to be denied based on a fabricated timeline. I have since submitted a fourth PRA request for this alleged September 22 decision, as previous PRA correspondence clearly states zoning permits are needed. This pattern of obstruction and misrepresentation raises serious concerns about potential corruption within the department, seemingly to shield a wealthy neighbor who has not only encroached on my property, but is obstructing a public trail. In the past, you've asked, how can the Planning Commission help? Well, since it's a zoning issue, 1, please add my complaint to the agenda for the next meeting of July 24th. 2, please review Planning and Development's illegal exemption from a CDP, which I can dive into when added to the agenda. And 3, please ensure my appeals, which I'm resubmitting to you shortly, to be processed as timely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval.
Can I submit these?
I'm unsure about the procedure about submitting things from public comment, so I would just ask council in regards to that, or how it works, or Mr. Villalobos, or whoever is aware of the procedure.
Chair and Commissioners, the clerk can accept it as a document related to public comment, and then the director can evaluate the appeal and whether it is timely or able to be accepted.
Okay, thank you for that instruction.
Okay, thank you. Ooh.
Thank you. Obviously, we can see it on television, but for those who are remotely, Commissioner Parker's here now. Welcome. Hopefully, everything's going okay up there, that fire, but we shall see. Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Does any Planning Commissioner have any information that they would like to report publicly here today? Commissioner Reed.
On June 26, I did attend a public workshop in the 4th District. It was conducted by Bob Nelson. It was a public workshop on the proposed development agreement regarding the Richards Ranch project on the corner of 135 and Union Valley Parkway in Santa Maria.
All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Park.
I'm sorry for coming so late. I was delayed by the kind of mess that's getting out of the Santa Ynez Valley, but I'm not annoyed. Actually, I'm buoyed, because as I drove from Fox and Canyon Road along 154 to the freeway, I counted 21 fire trucks coming in all different colors, which means they came from all jurisdictions. And it's kind of emotional. It's like watching the old cowboy movies and seeing the cavalry arrive. And I love those people, and we should all love them. We should express it in every way we can, even my corny way on television, because these people are putting their lives at stake. This fire is moving to the southeast really, really fast. It's burning all that grass that grew so high in these last 2 years of rain. Speaking of that grass, I put on an endurance ride at the Rancho San Fernando Rey a week and a half ago. It was very successful, but what we found, the grass was so high, and the cows are getting really fat, that things that I used to mark by vehicle, I couldn't do because of concern of starting fires. So I spent a long time on horseback, and I saw all this invasive Mediterranean grass, and it's just getting like that. Some of it was 5 feet high. It was interesting. I got into some spots, and I'd see this native bunch grass, which is still green, okay, and it's kind of nicely separated, and it's hard to burn that stuff. And so I think we're going to have a lot of interesting issues to talk about over the years that are land use planning that'll come before the Planning Commission on how we do things and control these disasters. But my main point was to express my jubilation that I was delayed by all those wonderful fire trucks pouring in.
Thank you for that, and you're correct. People who put their lives on the line for others, it's a very special gift to give. Minutes.
I'm sorry, I did put a little note in the email to the commission last night, so the minutes aren't ready, so staff would just request that you continue review of those, that set to your next meeting.
Okay, everyone fine with that? Seeing that everybody's fine with that, thank you. And then we're going to skip the director's report. Unfortunately, the director is unavailable today, and there's really no comments regarding those that occurred at the Board of Supervisors that really pertain to the Planning Commission. With that in hand, why don't we move on to our standard agenda, and that would be line item, or item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request Thomas Kopetnik, property owner, consider case number 23 CUP 6 and the State CEQA Guidelines Section 15168C4 checklist for commercial cannabis use entitlement and licensing applications, and determine that all the environmental impacts of the project were within the scope of the project covered by the PEIR for the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program.
Okay, and Mr. Wilson, I'm sure you'll help me out with this, but this is the one that that there's been, or at least staff can help me with this too, is that there's already been an agreement to continue this matter to the 28th of August?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's correct. There was a memo submitted on July 2nd with a request for the project to be continued to August 28th.
Okay, and I don't know if we need any formal acceptance of that memo, or is that what we're looking for?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, what we do need to, we will need a motion to continue it, but we do need to open it up for public comment on the continuance item.
Okay,
And staff's here if you have any questions regarding that.
okay. Well, let me ask, is there any public comment first, so we can hear about that? I don't see any in regards to the written request for speaking, but if there's any remotely, let's find out that.
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands up for this item.
Okay, and commissioners, do you have any comments regarding this request? Commissioner Park?
I support the request. I've been in a little bit of communication with the applicants. I think this is a good idea for actually every side, such as there are to this matter. So I stand ready to make the motion at such time as you're ready for me to make it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just to share, are there any other comments from the board? Commissioners? Not seeing none. Ready for that motion?
Okay, I move that we continue this matter, it's item 1 on our standard agenda today, to August 28, 2024.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Reed with a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Say nay. No. Anyone abstaining? Passes unanimously. So on to item number 2 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on a request of Verizon Wireless to consider case number 23 CUP 21 and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15303 and 15304.
So I'll open up this to staff.
Good morning, Chair Martinez, members of the commission. My name is Soren Kringle, and today, is this Sharon?
You just got to move the microphone closer to you, too.
Gotcha. I'm good here, as long, okay, there we go. Just wanted to make sure that was pulled up. Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Soren Kringle, and today I will be presenting a major conditional use permit application for a new unmanned Verizon facility off of Highway 33, case number 23 CUP 21. Shown here is a vicinity map showing the project's location along Highway 33. Oh, that is not the right. That's the wrong presentation. No.
That was the problem.
We need to warm up.
1 second. Here we go.
Oh, that's the PDF one though.
So there were in the presentations.
Oh, there we
One
go.
of those two.
Verizon presentation.
I think yours has more pictures. Try the top one first.
Okay. Oh, no.
No?
This one.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Wait, no.
Wait, no. This one. Here we go.
Okay.
Now we're good.
Got it.
Sorry about that. Okay, I'm just going to restart. Okay, so I will be presenting a major conditional use permit application for a new unmanned Verizon facility off of Highway 33, case number 23 CUP 21. Shown here is a vicinity map showing the project's location along Highway 33. For reference, the proposed facility site is approximately 4 miles south of the intersection of Highway 166 and Highway 33, and approximately 4.4 miles north of the town of Ventucopa in the rural Cuyama Valley. The proposed project site is located on a 225-acre parcel zoned Ag 240, and is surrounded by parcels of similar zoning and size. There are some Ag 200 parcels out there as well. This stretch of the Cuyama Valley is dominated by agricultural fields, contains sparse residential structures, and is surrounded by arid mountain ranges. The proposed project is located within an existing gravel turnout along Highway 33, which currently contains various sized liquefied natural gas storage tanks, as well as numerous power poles. The construction of the facility will not require the relocation of any of these structures. The facility itself will be located approximately 20 feet from the right-of-way of Highway 33. And shown here, the project will be contained within a 40 by 40 foot equipment lease area that will be surrounded by a 6-foot tall chain link fence with privacy slats, all painted a BAR approved light tan color. And the lease area will contain the following structures: a 100-foot monopole, a backup diesel generator, 2 equipment cabinets, and a Verizon telco box. The facility also contains 4 manually operated lights that are on timers, and these lights are all located in or adjacent to the equipment cabinets and will only be used when the facility requires servicing at night. The project also included review by Caltrans, who issued a permit for the new driveway approach for the facility off Highway 33. And finally, electrical services will be extended to the facility via trenching from a nearby PG&E pole. Shown here are elevations of the 100-foot monopole. The pole itself will contain 9 wireless antennas, 1 microwave dish, and 6 wireless radio units. The monopole and detached equipment will all be painted a BAR-approved light tan color, similar to that of the privacy slats. Except for the wireless antennas, due to technical reasons, they require a film coating that will also be light tan in color. Shown here is a street view image looking north along Highway 33 of the existing project site. On the left side there, you can see the large white LNG tank. You can note that there are the numerous power poles and the vast agricultural fields. And then shown here is a photo simulation of what the facility will look like. And as stated before, the monopole will be painted a light tan, which was recommended by the North Board of Architectural Review. Here's another view of the existing site looking south. And as a side note, as I go to the next slide, NBAR weighed other design options when it went to the hearing. They explored potentially a monopine, but decided that due to the lack of trees in the region, it probably would have made the facility stand out more. So that's why they opted to go for the monopole with the tan color, so that it'll blend in with the surrounding environment. Shown here are existing and expected coverage maps. So on the left is the existing cell phone coverage along Highway 33 in the valley. And then on the right shows the increase in coverage if this project is approved and the facility becomes operational. To summarize, the project did conduct an alternative site analysis. 5 sites were analyzed, this being the #1 option. The project will provide greater coverage to the rural Cuyama Valley and along Highway 33 in that region. It will increase or improve emergency response times to the region. It meets all of the FCC requirements, and it meets all of our LUDC and comp plan development standards and policies. Staff is recommending that the commission determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures for the construction of the monopole, the fencing, and the equipment, ground level equipment, and CEQA Guidelines Section 15304, minor alteration to land for the trenching and minor grading. And staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the required findings for approval of the project specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings, determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15303 and 15304, and approve the project case number 23 CUP 21, subject to the conditions of approval included as Attachment B. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions, and the agent for the project is available online. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, thank you for the report. Very efficient. And what I was struck with initially was the 100-foot height of the pole. As we saw from the photos, it's quite a bit above the existing poles, which are conducting telephone and others. So I would just like to know why it needs to be that high as opposed to bringing it down to the level of the other poles.
Commissioner Cooney through the chair, I think for the technical reasons are probably better addressed by the applicant. And I will say, just in discussions with them, having the pole be 100 feet significantly increases like the coverage range. And I think it was, in discussions with them, it was kind of the more bang for your buck, essentially, by putting a larger pole versus a number of smaller cell sites throughout the valley.
Okay.
Thank you. I realize it's a trade-off. Every foot is maybe subject to the comment that it will provide greater coverage. At some point, I think we have to compromise. Maybe 100 foot in this location is necessary as opposed to just preference. And so when we talk to the applicant, we might get some more information on the value of the extra footage.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Reed.
I just had one question with respect to the height of that device. If it were at a similar height of the the nearby power transmission lines, would increase the potential of interference? I mean, perhaps there's another reason for extending it above those.
Commissioner Reed through the chair, I think I'll defer to the applicant on that. I'm not sure about interference.
I see no other comments from the commissioner, so I guess this is the applicant's opportunity to speak to the commissioners. Is it remotely or is the agent here?
Thank you, commissioners. I'm remote. My name's Eric
Okay.
Lentz. I do have a small presentation, if that can pop up, kind of help explain some of the issues with the height. I can jump into that.
You have the floor.
Looks like it's up. All right, great. Well, thanks, Commissioner. Thank you, Soren, as well, for all your help and assistance with this one. My name is Eric Lentz. I'm representing Verizon Wireless on this application to install a new wireless communication facility out in the Coahoma Valley. You could go to the next slide, please. And this will kind of orientate sort of where we are. I know Soren had some other maps to kind of point to a location. If you go to the next slide, we can jump into this. All right, thank you. So the coverage objective in this area is the area along Highway 166, Highway 33, and then the surrounding residential and the farming areas. And not only just covering that 166 corridor, but kind of trying to get down to 33, kind of as far south as we possibly could. This area was partially covered by, there was a repeater just north of here. It was a small repeater, didn't really provide a lot of coverage down 33 south, but that lease was lost, and that landlord did not want to renew or install a new facility on their property. So Verizon was tasked to look elsewhere. So this new tower would not only just improve the coverage area around that, pretty much really close it in the whole Cuyama Valley for the most part, but it improves what was lost from the repeater. So the height, the 100-foot height requirement would be necessary. This is a very large area. To be able to cover what Verizon is trying to cover and close that gap, height is necessary here. We see a lot of cell sites in cities where we tend to go lower because you have a lot more cell sites in the area, so you don't need the height to cover that area. So if we did go much lower, say the height of the existing utility poles, you would actually end up needing another tower somewhere nearby. So the benefit is having taller is you have one tower versus multiple. The other benefit of going taller like this is this tower would be co-locatable. So other carriers, if they're looking to close their gap in this area, and AT&T, T-Mobile, Dish Wireless, we're showing it co-locatable up to 2 more carriers. So you could get another carrier below Verizon, like AT&T, for example. AT&T or Dish or T-Mobile will not have to go search and find a spot for their own pole. So you're not having multiple poles in the same area. So that's sort of the benefit of having it taller. It assists Verizon closing their gap, but it also provides opportunities for co-location. Let me go to the next slide, please. So this is sort of reiterate this coverage objective. This is the existing coverage without the proposed site, and we're kind of like in that bottom yellow part, sort of right smack in the middle of the screen. If you go to the next slide, you'll see the objective is significantly increases, but also you can see that tail that goes south along 33 towards actual Ventacopa is increased dramatically by having it located where we're proposing it. We did do, if you go to the next slide, please. We did do an alternative site analysis. I just want to touch on that a little bit here. This area is it's ag land, very large parcels, very few owners out there. So we did look elsewhere, and we had an array of property owners who Verizon could not have lease agreements made. Some landlords just weren't interested. The location that we chose, the landlord was interested. It has a spot that's available. It's already improved, as Soren mentioned, has the LNG tanks. There's a slew of utility poles around it, and the access to power is adjacent to it, and also that location does not impede upon agricultural processes nearby. So putting a pole, for example, in the middle of an ag field is kind of frowned upon. It's difficult to get a landlord to agree to put a pole in the middle of their field, which really interferes with operations. Can you go to the next slide, please? You might as well go to the next one. These are just some photo simulations. It's going to show you. Then I know Soren had popped some up here. This photo right here is taken from approximately a mile away. As you see, utility poles line 33 on the left-hand side, and off in the distance, that's the 100-foot tall pole. And then the next slide, you'll see if we had a grove of trees, we would probably do a faux tree. Instead, we're going to plant a pole in the middle of a grove of utility poles. So this is sort of what it looks like up close. This is not taken from 33, but it's taken from a little side road to kind of show to scale what it would look like in that area. And you can see the LNG tank. This is actually facing west. And then the next slide is just more of the same. This is actually taken from 33. This is facing north. So you see as you're coming in a nice drive from Ojai and you want to go up to New Cuyama, this is what it would look like when you get fairly close to it. Those power poles on the right are quite a bit shorter. If we were to locate on something that high of the power poles, the gap, that coverage is significantly limited. So, which is again why the 100-foot was selected or preferred from Verizon to be able to really get the maximum extent of coverage in this area. That ends my presentation. Obviously, if you have any additional questions, I'm available, and it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. And commissioners, if you have any questions of the agent, Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have questions. Just a comment that in this particular landscape, there is very little to balance off, and so it stands out more prominently than it would in almost any other location in the county. I don't have a particular suggestion in terms of making it less visible as it's approached from highways 30 or 166. So, you know, I will support the project. I'd much prefer having just one pole rather than two slightly shorter poles. So I've had my questions answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other commissioners? Seeing none, then I don't know if there's no public speaker remotely or here, from my understanding.
We have no speakers online, and I have not received any physical speaker slips for this item.
Okay, and I think, I don't know if it's, I can't remember if it's necessary or not, but I'll just ask the question, any ex-parte communications regarding this agenda item? Seeing none, okay. And staff, do you have anything to add right now?
Chair, nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take it into deliberations for the commissioners. And Mr. Cooney, if you wanted to lead, I know this is your district, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's a regret I have that my schedule doesn't permit more time in the Cuyama area. I keep looking for a project that would justify spending the time necessary to get there. Every time I do, and have in the past, I've gained more appreciation for not only the area, but the complex issues that we sometimes face in the planning area. Water related issues stand out particularly, but in this instance, I think there is good reason for the height and certainly for the existence of the tower. So I'd be prepared to move approval of the project as submitted.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I want to make a comment.
Oh yeah, Commissioner Park, you want to comment?
Yeah. I don't want to belabor this, but I want to make a comment that's specifically addressed towards the height of the tower. I do spend a lot of time out in the Cuyama Valley. I spent about 150 hours out there in April putting on a large equestrian event up in the foothills. And with the people out there, they know exactly where you have cell service and where you don't. It's very spotty. But it's important to have it because even if you just look for calling and emergency services, you know, we only have one sheriff's deputy that serves the whole Cuyama Valley, and they can only do it by collaborating with the sheriff's deputy that serves Highway 33 for Ventura County. And so this kind of connection is more important than you think. You know, I can make a silly comment. Probably most of our commissioners have not been to Ventacopa, and Ventacopa only has 2 commercial establishments, and one is a really cool little restaurant that has no regular hours. You call the owners and they come in and cook for you. So we got to have cell service out there to get there. But the other thing though about the tower, the height and the number, I'm glad Commissioner Cooney brought that up. But my observation is that we're not just serving the highway where it's wide open vistas. Cell services is serving these side canyons like Salisbury Canyon, Newsom, Castro Canyon, etc. And you kind of need that height to get that coverage. If you had a string of 40-foot poles along Highway 166, it would solve the problems with 166, but it would do a worse job of allowing reception up in those steep side canyons. So I think this is well thought out. I chuckle to think about whether there was a site visit by INBAR. Bet there wasn't. I'll bet nobody at INBAR even knows where Vinacopa is. Maybe somebody does. I bet you don't have a Vinacopa representative of INBAR. But it's kind of funny to imagine standing out there and thinking we live in a world where a pole out in that location requires architectural review, but that's our world. So I do support the motion.
Okay, and we're looking for, well, Commissioner Reed.
Just one comment. I mean, I think obviously the increased coverage along Highway 33 and the surrounding areas was far more beneficial than any slight impact on visual qualities due to the height of the pole. And I think our associate Commissioner Park knows more than any other of us the benefits of good cellular coverage. We relive that every time I call him at his home, which is not blessed by that. So I think we would do a great service by approving this.
Great. And I have no comments, so then I'll just call it for a vote.
Well, Mr. Chair, I need to make the recommended actions.
Yes. Yeah.
So I will proceed to do that if there are no other comments from the commissioners. So it would be my motion to make the required findings for approval of the project specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings. Determine the project's exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines sections 15303 and 15304, and to approve the project case number 23 CUP 21, subject to the conditions of approval included as Attachment B.
Okay. And I understand that Commissioner Briley was the one who seconded it.
Correct.
Okay, so then I'll call for a vote. Oh, why don't you do a roll call, just?
All right. Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
And Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So then let's move on to the second matter of our agenda. Lobos?
So that would be item number 3? Okay, great.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank-
Verizon, I thought it was number 2 again.
The following is a hearing on the request of Verizon Wireless to consider case number 24 CUP2 and to determine the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15303.
While the staff is doing that, I'm just going to ask the commissioners any ex parte communications regarding this matter. Seeing none, okay.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. I will be presenting, my name is Kathleen Volpe, and I will be presenting the Verizon at D. Wolf Avenue, new Tier 4A telecommunications facility project. This is an aerial view of the proposed project site. The parcel is highlighted in red, and the project is located at 2231 D. Wolf Avenue in the Lompoc area, the 4th Supervisorial District. The property is on an agricultural lot surrounded by agriculturally zoned lots and the Lompoc Federal Correctional Institution to the northeast. The black arrow indicates the lease area location. Here we have a site plan of the proposed project. The project consists of a new unmanned wireless facility on a new 100-foot co-locatable monopole highlighted in purple. The ground cabinet equipment on the concrete slab is highlighted in red. A PG&E transformer is highlighted in green, and a 30-kilowatt emergency backup diesel generator on a concrete slab is highlighted in yellow. And an 8-foot tall perimeter fence with a 10-foot wide swing gate surrounding the 900 square foot lease area is shown by the blue line. Excuse me. These are the south and east elevations of the proposed project. They show the proposed monopole and fence enclosure and an existing eucalyptus tree. Here we have photo simulations showing the proposed facility from the northeast and the southeast. And we can get a better view of the proposed facility and the existing eucalyptus tree, which is approximately 60 to 70 feet in height. The tree helps to partially blend and soften the monopole. The following slides will demonstrate the coverage maps for the area. Here we have a demonstration of the 700 megahertz coverage. The existing coverage is shown on the left, and the proposed coverage is shown on the right. And here we have the 2300 megahertz coverage. Again, the existing coverage is demonstrated on the left, and the proposed coverage is on the right. The project was heard by the North Board of Architectural Review on April 26, 2024. Overall, the board was supportive of the project, and they made a few suggestions and comments, including their preference of the monopole over the faux tree for the site, a recommendation of a non-reflective galvanized treatment of the monopole rather than a painted finish, and screening the ground equipment with earth-toned slats. The additions will help to visually blend the project, and the applicant is incorporating these elements into their final design, which will return to the MBAR for preliminary and final approval prior to permit issuance. As outlined in the staff report, the project is consistent with all policies in the Land Use and Development Code and comprehensive plan policies. The project meets all FCC requirements and LUDC standards. It was evaluated against the comprehensive plan policies and found to be consistent. Notably, the project was found to be consistent with our visual resources and our hillside and watershed protection policies. With the existing eucalyptus tree adjacent to the proposed site in the row of windbreak trees down DeWolf Avenue, the pole is partially screened from view. Further, NBAR's support of the project and incorporation of their comments to additionally screen the ground equipment continue to blend the project. Regarding hillside and watershed protection, it is located within a floodway, but has been reviewed by flood control and conditioned accordingly. The project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA section 15303, new construction or conversion of small structures. A new Tier 4 telecom facility to extend the existing cellular network qualifies as a utility extension under section 15303D. Staff recommends your commission make the required findings for approval, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions of staff right now? Commissioner Reed.
Sure, I have a few. In your presentation, you gave the size of the leased area where this is going to be, which was, and you said what?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, it was 900 square feet.
900 square feet. Okay, I just wanted to get that because it's 30 by 30, which is 900. I just want to make sure that was clear. You've noticed in the coverage, you got the 700 megahertz coverage and the 2300 megahertz coverage. Which services do each of those frequencies cover?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, I'm going to defer to the applicant to discuss that more.
Okay, that's good. And the one thing I notice that seems to be missing from this, that appears in most of these sorts of applications, was there any need or why aren't we seeing an investigation or examination of alternative sites?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, there was an alternative site analysis. They looked at 4 potential sites and determined that this would be best suited based on location, also ability to contact with the landowner, and there may be a couple other factors that the applicant can speak to as well.
Okay, and then the 100-foot height, we just had a discussion about the requirements for 100 feet regarding the one up on the Ventacopa Highway. The 100 feet is a necessity for this, or apparently the applicant can probably answer that. Is that?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, correct. Yeah, it does increase the coverage area, and again, the applicant can speak to that, as well as part of the coverage that we're looking for is the Lompoc Federal Prison, and there was unavailable. I believe that was part of the alternative site analysis, and we were unable to co-locate or locate there as well. So it does, additionally, I believe it's like to get above site terrain.
Okay.
So these are the items. Thank you.
So has there been a large increase in cell phone traffic coming out of that prison? And if so, what from? I had to ask that one. Yeah. I guess that's one for the applicant as well. Okay. Okay.
Commissioner Bradley.
I'm not sure where exactly I saw it, but my question has to do is why does the pole have to be kind of so close to the existing buildings on this site? Wasn't there any way to move it further away? And maybe that's a question for the applicant.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. I think, yeah, we would probably want to defer to the applicant on that. I think it is an ag site, and I think that they probably want to keep it as close as possible to probably keep as much in ag production as possible. That's my understanding, but I would defer to the applicant on that.
Okay, meaning that if you moved it further away, it's just like the argument we heard in the last case, and you're putting it closer to the middle of the ag field, and that's, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions of staff right now? Seeing none, let's look to the applicant or its agent. If available, remotely, I take it? Or no, here. When you speak, if you could please just state your name at the beginning and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Armando Montes with Sequoia Deployment Services, representing the applicant, Verizon Wireless. Didn't really have much of a presentation. I just want to thank Kathleen again for the going over all of our main points. Did kind of want to answer some of your questions that you guys had. The 100-foot height, just like mentioned in the previous presentation, is for greater coverage. Smaller pole would mean you would need additional sites in this area, and most importantly, because there's not many existing cell sites out there, we built this taller for co-location abilities. As you can see in the photo simulations, this is what the site would look like if it was fully occupied with multiple users. Ours is really just the equipment on the top. So this is kind of just a photo simulation as if everyone was on the pole. Other carriers such as AT&T and T-Mobile and whatnot. Sorry, other question regarding coverage to the federal prison. It was an area that was identified as an area of need. I'm not really too sure what the traffic is out there, but it was a need, and especially once you start going north, you start getting to more terrain, so that was an area that just needed coverage. I'm sorry, was there another question you guys?
I had a question about
yes, Mr. Reed.
What kind of coverage is provided with the 700 megahertz
yes.
versus the 2300 megahertz? What sort of devices are each of those?
This is primarily 4G coverage, which would help with your capacity 700 megahertz, definitely more of a wider band that covers more. The 2300, while it's powerful, it's a shorter range. So those are kind of like the difference. They're pretty much the same technology, but the antennas and radios perform at different functions. So
Okay.
yes.
I have one more with respect to the photograph depicting what the anticipated appearance of the tower would be.
Yes.
Relative to those eucalyptus trees. It looks a little short. It doesn't look like that's really going to be 100 feet. It looks like the actual one would be a little higher than that. Do you think those are a really accurate representation?
We received a somewhat similar comment during our Northern Bar review, and we double checked with our vendor who creates the photo simulations. He ensured that they're pretty accurate. That tree is actually very tall.
Yeah.
I think 60, 70 feet. So this photo can also be maybe when it's a little bit more mature, but that's typically the height.
I don't think that's a problem. It just looked a little
Gotcha.
stubby to me. Okay.
Understood.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Morning.
You indicated that the appearance on the slide, this is slide number 5, had at the top provided location for not just Verizon, but 2 other cell providers, I guess, or well, what are the purposes of the additional 2 sets of equipment?
This is kind of just to give everyone a accurate depiction of what the cell site could look like if there was multiple carriers on there. We kind of just wanted to give you guys just the full range of it, a kind of a worst case scenario, so to speak, how it would look like. But at this time, it's just Verizon on the pole, so it's just going to be that equipment you see on the very top of the pole, and none of it in the middle.
Okay, so it's a potential appearance as
Correct.
opposed to one that you anticipate. And there are no existing contracts, as far as you know, with any other provider?
Not yet.
Okay. Hey, co-location is something that we've always been concerned with on the Planning Commission. So the fact that it's a possibility as opposed to something currently expected is valuable information. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions? Commissioner Reed.
Have you received any negative comment relative to this?
I don't believe we've received any comment, correct, Kathleen?
Okay. One more question. I noticed just as an item of interest in the safety signage pictures that are provided with your application, they have this caution, transmitting antennas, stay back, blank number of feet. Typically, how many feet is that?
So we typically post those signages on the pole themselves.
Okay.
In the event that anyone's actually working near
Yeah.
the site. I know it's in our report exactly where the sign should go, but
But it just says stay back, and it's some number of feet they don't put in there. So my question is, if you're back that requisite number of feet, like 100 feet, is that sign readable from 100 feet?
so at ground level, according to our third-party EME report, it's we're at 0.6 of the allowable limit. So you could walk up to the pole and it's
problem.
totally fine.
Yeah. I don't really buy into all the RF and wearing tin hats and being afraid of it, but I just thought it was a reasonable question. If you have a warning sign, if you can read it from the distance it says you need to stay away from.
Understood. Yeah. And
Or put on your hat.
no, I think at this site, we'll definitely have signages on the fence of the site to let the public know that there's an active telecommunications facility. But in terms of, reaching an area of concern, I don't think it's going to be accessible by the public. Of course.
Commissioner Cooney? Or is your light just on? Okay. I see no other questions for you right now at this moment, but thank you for your presentation. And so I'll go back to staff. If they have
Thank you.
anything to add. Public comment. I'm going to ask for about public comment. Is there any public comment? I don't see any on my of any handwritten requests, but there's none remotely, I'm understanding? Okay. So back to staff then.
Mr. Chair, we have no additional comments at this time.
Okay. Then we'll take it under deliberations. Mr. Reed.
I do have one small note for staff. I just noticed on the, you're talking about the CEQA exemption on the final page, historical resources, the paragraph that follows the first line, the exception to the categorical exemption does not apply because you need to put a T in there, the project, not he project. I have to find one though, you know, I'm looking at the stuff you send, but no, I think overall, this project fills a need. Certainly it provides greatly improved coverage. I think although some people out there someplace would rather have that achieved with no visual impact, I think the visual impact will be minimal. I don't quite understand the issues that the Board of Architectural Review has with no faux trees, which I find interesting considering it's right next to a eucalyptus tree, but I think the pool will be fine. So I think it's a good project. I think it has no adverse effects. I'm reassured in that by the absence of any sort of public comment, written, in person, electronic, or otherwise. And I find it acceptable. I would certainly move toward approving it.
Any other comments from the board? Commissioner Park.
I'm going to support the project and we'll second it when there's a motion. I was of a mind to come here today when I saw that we had 2 Verizon projects and say that I would never vote for another Verizon project until they improve my reception as a Verizon customer in the 3rd district. So this is just fair warning for Verizon. If you come into the 3rd district with a project, you better be prepared to spend hours explaining how you're going to improve coverage there. But I will second your motion.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this is a comment in passing. The first time we've had some projects, cell towers to look at and criticize. With regard to trees, you know, I don't have an architect's eye, but when I travel around and look at faux trees, they run the gamut from making the site look much worse than it would if they just had a bare pole, to really well disguised among the leaves of the tree. And the tree, it seems to me, that's most effective is a eucalyptus tree. They're more a bush than a branch tree. And so I could see here in this instance why it might be less obtrusive, but I don't advocate that in this instance given the location. So I would agree to approve the project.
Any other comments from the commissioners? My only comment is that today we've had 2 cell towers, or monopoles, we'll say, from a significant height of 100 feet. And the use of co-location, which is another word that I'm interpreting as, well, as a commercial project, we would love to sublease it to our other competitors and bring them on, which brings up the issue in my mind. I know it's just a comment in general, we don't have any control over it, is that approving a poll like this would mean that I would be very unlikely to approve another poll, which would mean that everything's going to be centered, and that the reasonableness of subleasing, we have no power over that. But I'm understanding I'm trying to find the right word of why we have these monopoles and how we can concentrate them in one location, which is what I imagine Verizon would like to see. But I'm in support of the project and looking for a formal motion then.
So, since you're looking at me, I would like to make a motion that, I'm looking at the wrong item, sorry, that we adopt. I know, I was ready to approve the next item, which was no, not right. This is, okay, now I'm on the right page, forgive me. I would recommend that we make the required findings for approval of the project, case number 24 CUP 2, determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15303, and approve the project, case number 24 CUP 2, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B of the staff report.
And do we have a second of Commissioner Reed's motion?
Second.
Commissioner Park second, so if we can do a roll call.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to our, before we go to our item number 4, we're going to take at least, we're going to take a 10-minute break right now. And those who want to speak, I do have some speaker slips, but please put them in there if you're going to be wanting to speak on this item. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. All righty, well, welcome back to the Planning Commission, and we're continuing our morning session of today's meeting, and we're moving into the last and final item on our agenda, which is item number 4. Mr. Villalobos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of John Karkasaki to consider the following: case number 24 APL, an appeal of the approval of case number 15 LUP 72 by the Director of Planning and Development, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15304.
Thank you, and I will ask the commissioners if there are any ex parte communications they wish to disclose now, or disclosures. Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I did make a visit to the site on May 29th. I went out, drove the road through the Kargasaki Ranch, and then followed it all the way up till the end where I encountered a gate, turned around, came back down, noticed a man working. It was Mr. Mario Moreno. Had a discussion with him about the particulars of his experience going up there. Then returned, but I did want to physically examine it. I did also have a discussion with a close friend for about 40 years, used to manage the county road department in that area, Mr. John McGray, with respect to his experience with the situation, and to get some advice on what he defined as the word paved, since it seemed relevant to this discussion, and exactly what sorts of construction could be described as paved. So that's the extent of my ex parte.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Any other commissioners wish to have any disclosures? I see none to my left. So, Commissioner Park.
Bear with me here. Just understanding the extent of my disclosure is something I needed to talk to County Council about at the break. And, you know, we make these disclosures for a couple of reasons. But one is so that the other commissioners know what one particular commissioner might have that's, you know, special knowledge that isn't in the record, which we can bring here. You know, if we were a judge, you wouldn't do that, but we do here. But also it's to afford the parties an opportunity to consider whether a particular commissioner, such as myself, should be disqualified or not. I have a very long history with this property, going back over 40 years. I don't know if any of the Kargasakis are here today. I know Mr. Morris is. Are any of the Kargasakis here? But I remember back in the 80s going with Michael Benedict, who was my best friend until he recently died. And we visited with Mr. Kargasaki, and we toured the various parcels. Why were we doing this? Michael was the 4th District Planning Commissioner at the time. I was, aside from my law practice, I was president of the board of the Santa Barbara Land Trust, and for some reason I was asked to come in and see if there was a solution to this mess that Santa Barbara County created by granting this subdivision without ensuring there was appropriate access. And we met with Mr. Kargasaki to talk about just what we're talking about today. You know, how could we make sure there was access, but access that didn't create a huge dust problem and ruin his fields. And Mr. Kargasaki, I remember him wearing his straw hat, and there was an airplane parked in the field, and I don't know why that was. Maybe Mr. Morris knows. And we talked to him about vineyards, because he hadn't put in his vineyard yet, but he was going to. Talked to Mr. Benedict about that, because he was the original guy that put in the Stanford and Benedict vineyard, the first of our modern vineyards. And so, you know, I was involved there. I was involved later. I represented Hal and Dorothy Briggs. You'll see their signatures on some of the documents. Let's see, somehow I was involved in a donation. They made a posthumous donation to the Land Trust. I was the executor of their estates. So I was involved in signing documents and whatnot. There was a sale. I was consulted by Mr. Benedict multiple times over the years, including when he was kind of the driving force actually in that 1990 MOA, looking for solutions, and then the whole assessment district thing. So I've been there many times, been involved many times. More recently, I was asked by Bob Nelson to talk with a constituent of his, because this was in the 4th District at the time, about access and all these things. And I realized that, okay, the land uses there were changing. People were farming and so forth, and they weren't just buying it thinking they were going to have inexpensive home sites. Then most recently, my last contact was with Mr. Blanco, and I think we had breakfast or lunch and talked about this stuff. And I can't remember what month it was. It was a few months ago. So I hope you, Mr. Morris and Mr. Fox, were listening. And if you want to make a request for recusal or something, then you'll have the opportunity to do it. I'm not inclined to accept it because I don't think under the FPPC rules or even the state bar rules I have a conflict of interest or anything, but I thought you should know about it. So there you go. Thank you.
All right, and seeing nothing else from the commissioners, and let's move to staff. Well, wait a minute. I think procedure-wise, there was an invitation that if anybody had, of the appellant and the applicant, if they had any concerns with Commissioner Park, he invited them to come up and say if they do. If they don't, then we're going to move on, and that's not going to happen. But if they do, now's the time, because then the issue is if they wanted you to be out, then you couldn't be listening to anything. So I don't see anyone standing up or raising their hand, so I'm taking that as there's no problem, Commissioner Park, hearing this. I can't hear you unless you go to the...
Patrick Morris, appearing on behalf of the appellant in this case. Just to be clear, we don't have an objection to someone who's got history and perspective bringing that to this particular matter, because there's a lot of history that's gone on here. So we appreciate the disclosure, but I don't see grounds for asking anyone to recuse themselves. I think the collective wisdom is more valuable to everyone. Thank you.
Okay. And now...
Chairman Martinez, members of the commission, thanks very much. I don't have any objection.
Okay, you have to state your name first.
Sorry,
I'll know who you
Randy
are.
Fox,
Okay, there you
on
go.
behalf of the applicant, Hank Blanco. I don't have any objection to Mr. Park sitting and hearing. I think he's got a career full of information that's important and informative on the issue, so thanks for your attention over the course of time.
Thank you. Okay, we have that issue clear. Now to staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kevin De Los Santos, and I'm presenting the appeal of the proposed Blanco grading for Access Road Improvements Project. The project site is located east of Lompoc at the end of Sweeney Road. The subject parcel is zoned Ag 2. It's located within the inland area of the county and is depicted here in a black border. The Lakeview Estates subdivision is depicted in a green border. This subdivision requires access through the subject parcel. Subject parcel, which is owned by the appellant, currently contains 2 easements that will be further discussed on a later slide. The project is a request for development of a private road within an easement. The proposed road ranges in width from 20 feet to 16 feet through the hillside and will span a total distance of 3,945 linear feet. The applicant is an easement holder and has authority to request to construct this private road within the easement area. The 2 easements on the subject parcel are called out as the 1968 easement, depicted in green, and the 1990 MOA, depicted in purple. The existing road over the 1968 easement does not meet county fire access requirements, and construction of a new road within the 1990 MOA is required. The 1990 MOA is a private agreement that specifies the location of a new 30-foot wide easement that allows the construction of a road within that easement area. The 1968 easement will be released after the new road is constructed. The appellant has raised 5 appeal issues. In this first appeal issue, the appellant contends that the project is inconsistent with the county zoning ordinance and that does not comply with fire access standards. This project is a request to construct a private road. Roads are a permitted use of the Ag 2 zone. The proposed road does comply with height and setback standards of the zone because no above-ground development is proposed. The project also complies with grading standards of Chapter 14. The associated grading permit is ready for approval pending issuance of this land use permit, and the project was cleared by County Fire, who confirmed that the project meets all of the requirements for fire access. The second appeal issue is the assertion that P&D erred in granting the applicant development rights to build something which the MOA does not allow, and that the county has no discretion to allow construction unless a landowner is given permission. The applicant is an easement holder under the 1990 MOA, which means that the applicant can submit an application for a road within the easement area. Therefore, P&D does have discretion and can review the applicant's proposal to ensure consistency with the comprehensive plan and compliance with the code. The third appeal issue is the assertion that P&D is legally obligated to condition the project to comply with the terms of the 1990 MOA private agreement. The county does not enforce private agreements. The applicant may be legally obligated to comply with the terms of the 1990 MOA, but P&D is not required to condition the project to comply with a private agreement. Instead, P&D is required to analyze projects for consistency with applicable policies and compliance with the code. The fourth appeal issue is the assertion that P&D refused to provide the appellant with all the documentation provided by the applicant, and that P&D gave the landowner 11 business days to give input on a project pending since 2015. P&D did provide all requested materials in a timely manner, and the project was noticed in accordance with the noticing requirements of the LUDC. The applicant submitted updated application materials to P&D and paid outstanding fees on November 1st, 2023. Mail notices of the revised project were sent on January 10th of this year, and a placard was posted on site a day earlier on January 9th. The project was then approved on January 29th. The final appeal issue is the assertion that the project must be conditioned to comply with paragraph 8 of the 1990 MOA, which requires construction to occur between crop seasons and to be completed prior to March 30th. Additionally, the appellant claims that the equipment storage condition requires the use of the appellant's land outside the easement area. Again, P&D does not enforce private agreements. The applicant may be subject to comply with this private agreement, but P&D will not enforce it. The equipment storage condition, previously approved by the director, did not permit a storage area on the appellant's land outside the easement area. However, it did not specifically state that the storage area must be located within the easement area. In response to the appellant's concern, staff has updated the condition to specify that the equipment storage area must be located within the easement area. The request for a private road is a permitted use of the Ag 2 zone. As discussed in the staff report, the project is consistent with applicable policies and is compliant with development standards of the LUDC. The project can be found exempt through CEQA section 15304, which allows minor grading on lands with a slope of less than 10%. Staff recommends that your commission take the following actions: deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. Thanks.
Commissioners, any questions for the staff at this moment? Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I'm going to have a series of questions. Most of them I'm going to reserve, though, because I have some questions for Mr. Morris and some for Mr. Fox. But the question I have for Mr. Fox will depend on what Mr. Morris argues. So I'm going to just wait probably until Mr. Morris makes his, what we would call opening and trial, and Mr. Fox makes his rebuttal. But I have some questions now about fire department. Okay, are they involved here today? Are they going to be appearing by Zoom or be involved in any way?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, no, they are not involved with today's hearing.
Okay, so let me ask you my fire department questions, and you may not know the answer. I think I know the answer anyway, but I'm looking at the very last exhibit. It's the fire department approval of the plans. I think it's the last exhibit in our packet. Is that H or something? And the fire department approval is over in the lower right-hand corner. Is that where it is?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, are you asking where the stamp of approval is on the plans?
I am.
Let me pull that up and confirm with you, please.
Because for my old eyes, I can't read this that well.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, their stamp is in the lower right corner, their approval stamp.
Okay, and do I correctly see a date there of January 17, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. I think you're probably aware that Mr. Morris in his papers refers to some trial testimony by Mr. Oakes, which must have been before January 17, 2024, right?
Correct.
So this approval came after whatever that testimony was and whatever Mr. Oakes did, or Captain Oakes, whoever he was.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I think I, just from personal experience, have a pretty good idea of what the fire department is looking for when it's looking at roads that serve these things. But, you know, better it come out of somebody else's mouth who's not here presiding. And if I had the fire department here, I'd ask them, what are they looking for in their review of a road like this? Are you able to answer that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think what we can say is that staff has worked very closely with the fire department on this. We've brought the appeal issues to the fire department, had separate calls with them, and had them clear the project, and in no uncertain terms said that the project meets all of their standards, and they have no issues with the proposed project based on the existing development.
Let me ask my question in a different way. It's a little more specific, and I'll keep it simple. And I'll just ask for your affirmation or not. So I think they're looking at two things in general. One is access out for people that would be on the other side of the road. You know, the people on those 39 parcels, can they get out in the case of emergency? That's one thing they're looking for, right?
That's correct.
But they're also looking for access in. Can they bring in their big heavy tankers on a road? Will the road support that? And will they be able to bring that in case of a fire? Is that correct too?
That is also correct.
And that's why when we talk about road widths and hammerhead turnarounds and all the things we look at whenever we see development of property, that it's really dealing with both issues. But a key part of that is bringing the trucks in.
Right.
Okay, well, we'll just kind of hold that for later. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff right now? Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I have a question. Kind of based on semantics and definitions. You know, the general public, if you look at the agreement from 1990, it specifies installation of what it calls in general terms a paved road. You know, I imagine the layperson thinks paved means asphalt or concrete, but in my discussions with Mr. McGray, who used to manage the road department in the North County and whose office was actually at the corner of Sweeney Road and 246, so he was well familiar with this whole property. He said that because it appears in the land use permit and the plans from Mr. Blanco, they were going to use a cement-treated base material. He said, well, that can certainly qualify as an acceptable surface for the fire department, and depending on the amount of cement in the mix, which is specified in the plans here, it could be considered paved. Is that accurate in your view?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's correct. Our understanding is that there's a kind of a broad range. I believe they considered this an all-weather road. But with regard to just the surface finish of the road, there isn't a requirement within the LUDC or within the comprehensive plan for a specific finish. So the discussion about whether or not it's paved coming from the MOA is a civil arrangement, and so that's not something that we reviewed this project against.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, let's go to the applicant. Pardon me? I'm sorry, I got mixed up. I was just thinking of the time. I'm sorry, it's the appellant. I was just going down the line. Okay, we'll go to the appellant, but I'm also thinking in regards to the time-wise, I'm thinking just, we'll just do the 15 minutes, and then that will be for your initial presentation as well as reservation of any reply, let's put it that way, okay? So, the appellant, please.
Mr. Chair, member of the commission, thank you again for the opportunity to finally address some of this in sort of a different forum than it's been being addressed. I do want to take just a moment personally to repeat what Commissioner Park said. As I drove up here today, I was behind the overnight crews coming back from the fire, and they had their trucks spattered with retardant. And going down the other side of the freeway were groups of 10 vehicles, at least 50 I saw, and I have the same feeling that you have about that, having actually been involved in flash fires when I worked for the California Youth Authority in Paso Robles. So I do greatly appreciate it, and thank you for that moment to just discuss that. And as we can see, I'm here representing John Kargasaki, who is the sole appellant at this time regarding the approval of this particular land use permit. Notwithstanding the issue of whether it started in 2015 and really should have ever been under the LUDC rules revived when it was, the problem, as Commissioner Park pointed out, goes back a long way. And of course, in 1990, my client, the appellant, and his other family members thought the problem had been solved because an agreement had been reached. You as a commission, I've never appeared before this particular planning commission, but I do in other jurisdictions, Colorado, Utah, et cetera. You know from your own personal experience how hard it is to get 40 landowners to all agree to the same thing in the same sense. And yet in 1990, the last vestiges of what was a land use planning tool in the very rudimentary early days of the land use plans and the Subdivision Map Act was to just throw these 39 parcels on the Dyer Ranch, 38 actually, plus there's another concerned parcel that shows up on the map, but we don't really have to get into it because it's adjacent to the other ones, without proper access. In fact, there's not even proper internal access. This was one of those situations where somebody put down a map and drew some lines and said these are roads because under the Subdivision Map Act at the time, you couldn't have any orphan parcels. So they just drew lines. And it's been problematic all this time. And we have to ask ourselves, and you have to ask as a commission, why are we here 35 years later when everybody agreed in 1990 what to do? The appellant is not here to quash the building of the access road as required in the memorandum of agreement. The applicant is here, the appellant is here for the purposes of implementing that particular road. And while the staff has indicated that P&D doesn't have to enforce private agreements, it has to understand those private agreements when those private agreements are easements. Because Mr. Blanco, as the applicant in this case, does not qualify to be an applicant. Why does he not qualify? Because under LUDC 35.110, an applicant has to be an owner or a lessee. In order to be an owner, under the definition, he has to have possession of and control of the land in question. It's not just a question of being an easement holder. You have to have possession and control. Otherwise, you have to have the permission of the landowner. He doesn't possess anything on this parcel, nothing. He has no right of possession of any kind, because to have a right of possession under the law, you must have the right to use to the exclusion of others. He doesn't have that right. His right is conjoined with 39 other parcels adjacent to Kargasaki Ranch and Kargasaki Ranch. The nature of easements is that they give you a right to use land of another, but not to possess it. If it was possession, you could exclude other people, but here you cannot do that. There's every right that wasn't granted in the MOA easement modification was kept by Kargasaki Ranch. P&D's just got it wrong. They showed you a map up here today that says there are 2 easements on this parcel. There are not 2 easements on this parcel. Mr. Blanco, as the applicant, tried to argue to the court system that there were 2 easements. And the court system said, no, there is not. The 1968 easement location was relocated to where the MOA road is to be built, and you have no more rights to use an easement where the easement was originally being used because you quitclaimed it away. So we have some fundamental misunderstanding, and that's not unusual in the world of easements. Even some of our most learned judges get it wrong. Judge Anderle in South County wrote a 47-page easement opinion that the local court of appeal reversed on every single point. So what do we have here? We have a question of applicants' rights and powers versus the rights of the landowner. Here, Mr. Blanco is a co-owner of certain rights to build and maintain and cross over a road. Those rights were granted in a narrow context of what road needed to be built. And the current plan as approved is not the road that first of all, that the MOA prescribed, and also that the courts have now said must be the access road. It must be that one described in the MOA. And an issue was raised about paving. Let's take up the issue of paving. And I understand that, I appreciate Commissioner Reed giving us his ex parte communications so we can understand those. But Caltrans, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the state of California, and even the county of Santa Barbara does not define cement impregnated gravel as paving. In fact, the Portland Cement Association of America says that you can't use that and then pave over it at some other time because it's a poor base for paving. It's separate from paving. They're the people who invented it, and they say it's not a paving. It's a base for paving. Can it be a road surface? Yes, it can be a road surface, but it's never defined as paving by any organization that builds roads in the entire country. And so I suggest to you that when the Court of Appeal said Mr. Blanco has to build a paved road, he was already going to build a road-based road, and the Court of Appeal said, no, you cannot do that. You must build a paved road. And as to fire department requirements, I can't believe we could get anybody from Santa Barbara County Fire to come into this commission and tell you that a cement impregnated gravel road is a better road surface for fire vehicles than one that is paved in concrete or asphalt, because that's not just true. Every piece of research that we did into how the fire department looked at this particular process indicates, and this was Chief Oak's testimony at the trial, they were only looking at the requirements for this road to serve the Blanco parcel. They did not take into consideration the other 38 parcels as part of their design elements for this road. Now, maybe that's changed, but nobody told us that it's changed. I did not get the documents that I requested from P&D. I had to do a CPRA in order to get the complete set of documents. I would ask, Mr. Chair, that you agree that the record in this particular matter should include all communications with P&D by any source at any time related to this LUP, because those exchanges are fundamental to how this process came about. And the process came about to the exclusion of the Kargasakis, the exclusion of the landowners whose property is going to be plowed and built on, the property owners who made an agreement 35 years ago about what kind of dust problems would be solved and how to solve them, and how to get tractor crossings that would not affect the road, and how to get water pipes under the road. These are all elements of the MOA. And if you don't comply with them, you don't exercise your easement. You cannot have an easement. there's been a fundamental misunderstanding of easements, and that's, as I said before, not uncommon. The position taken by P&D in this case, I'll give you an analogy. An analogy would be, my neighbor comes to me and says, I want to build a wall, but I need to build it on about 100 feet of your land. Will you let me build a wall? And I say, yes, I will let you build a wall, but it has to be reclaimed brick with weeping mortar, because I have a hacienda-style house. So the other guy agrees, sure, I'll build it out of that. We create an easement for him to build a 4-foot-high wall made out of reclaimed brick with weeping mortar. I get a sign posted on my property, just like P&D had posted. It says, build a wall within an easement. Okay, I gave the guy an easement to build a wall, but a specific wall. And all of a sudden, I come home one day and 50 feet of wall has been built out of cinder block with stucco on it, and it's 6 feet tall. Did P&D have the right to allow that person, because they have an easement for a wall, to build a wall that's different from the wall they were granted in the easement? That's not enforcing a private contract. That is determining the rights and scope of one person over the property of another. And they have permitted a plan that does not build the road prescribed in the MOA and has not had the consultations with the property owner required in the MOA. And therefore, Mr. Blanco has no easement to build that road. He went to the courts and he said, tell me what I can build. And they said, you will build the MOA road as prescribed in the terms and conditions of the MOA. That is not what has been approved. So I suggest that what we have here is, I didn't come here on behalf of my client to quash the building of an adequate access road from Sweeney Road to Lakeview Estates. Together, all my clients own 20% of the Lakeview Estates. They suffer with the poor access just like everyone else does. But they reached an agreement, everyone reached an agreement, to build a particular road. And we are here to further the building of that road and are asking the Planning Commission to make that a requirement. There's precedent for that. This was already appealed, the same issue, back in the 2000s. And it went all the way to the Board of Supervisors. And the Board of Supervisors denied the appeal, but there's a simple reason that P&D didn't put in their report to you. That was because through county efforts over the period of many months, they reached a consensus between the person who wanted to build the road and the people who were going to get the road built on their property. And the Board of Supervisors adopted that consensus. And that consensus was to comply with the MOA. Now, it didn't happen for a variety of reasons, and Mr. Marks has since passed away. But that is the only thing that this Planning Commission can actually enforce, is the one that was allowed in the very beginning. And that's what the design needs to be, and that's what the allowance need to be. And I'm going to reserve the 2 minutes of my time for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
I do have one.
Mr. Park?
Yes. I have a general question for you in a very specific one. In the specific one, I'm going to ask you to answer on your rebuttal, so give you time to kind of go look it up, and I'll explain that in a minute.
Sure.
And I want to compliment you on your legal work throughout this matter. I did read everything, okay? And I finished reading your stuff at 1:30 last night. No, that was this morning. I read the decision, which you wrote, I'm sure, and I read the appellate court decision, which I'm sure you didn't write. But anyway, I could see your fingerprints on the thing, and I understand all that. But you know, even though I understood all the legal arguments, I didn't understand from your documents that you submitted, including your letters, what was your specific objection to this road. Okay, but now I think I'm hearing it correctly, and I want you to affirm this, that I correctly understand that you're saying there's not an easement to build this road, which you argue is not a paved road. It has to be a paved road, and that this is not a paved road. So it kind of can be boiled down to that question. Am I right?
Partially.
Partially, okay.
You're correct about paved is one of the major issues. And if you go back and you look at the plans that were submitted back in 2003, they were for a paved road. But also there's other elements in the MOA that require the Kargasaki Ranch to locate things like the tractor crossings, where the water pipes go underneath. There's certain factors. There are paragraphs 3, 6, 7, 9, all of these in the MOA that are conditions. I mean, the MOA really is a detailed form of easement. We don't see those very often. They're usually more general. But in our communications with P&D, we asked them to take a look at these elements, because unless these elements are complied with, there is no easement for this planned road. But they can be. We're 3/4, if not 80% of the way there.
Yeah. So let me just take one of those, and I have to be mindful. I'm not a lawyer anymore. I mean, I'm licensed and all that, and I can put on the song and dance, but that's not what I do up here. I'm a planning commissioner. There's our lawyer. She's a real good one, and I don't do her job. So I don't want to argue legal issues, but I want to just take one example you just gave, the tractor crossing, which would, you know, demand a good sturdy road anyway as those tractors go across it and so forth. What is it that's missing here on this road, this application, dealing with the tractor crossings?
Where
And the
they're
location of the tractor crossings that apparently Mr. Kagasaki has to provide where they want to do that. So
That's
it's in
correct.
his power. So how is that a fatal defect in this set of plans?
Well,
Could you
it's not
spell
as
that
long-
out?
It's not, as long as they comply with cooperating with the Kargasakis to locate the tractor crossings. In fact, the design of the tractor crossings is much better than the paved road. It's a concrete surface. It is paved, the tractor crossings, as opposed to the impregnated gravel. So the answer is, that's just a condition. It should be a condition of the approval
So in your understanding, when's that conversation to take place?
in the design of the road.
Okay, so in essence, you're saying this is a defective road planned because they failed to ask about the tractor crossings back when they planned the road.
Correct.
And that's
In
not
part.
something that can occur in the future. It should have happened already.
Should have happened already, but that can be cured at any time.
Yeah,
It's just a question of will.
I don't disagree with you. Okay, now let me get to my specific question. You also said, I believe, that the appellate court stated that this cement-treated base road was not a paved road. That's what I heard you say.
No.
And I'm asking, did you say that?
I did not say that.
Okay.
That did not
Well,
happen.
then I was going to ask you if they did in fact say that, could you cite me where in that opinion? Because I read the thing 2 or 3 times and I didn't see it.
No,
But
they use the word paved.
okay, they said it should be paved.
It should be paved.
And if this turns out to be paved, then it's paved. If it's not, it's not. Okay, it gets back to that issue. Okay, thanks a lot.
Sure. Good.
Class
I wanted to do
dismissed.
Research while sitting down. Thank you.
Oh, you're not done yet. Are you gonna? Commissioner Reed has a question.
First, I'll agree with Commissioner Park. I read the decision from Judge Staffel, and I thought it was one of the more useful and interesting things I came across. But I have a question about something you wrote. It's in your letter, February 28th, to Mr. De Los Santos. I'm going to look at page 6, last paragraph. You say, as they advise county and other Blanco team members. When you say Blanco team, what do you mean?
Well, the county has had a number of meetings with people who worked for Mr. Blanco, Ms. Romero, various other people at various times. They've had meetings about what the county would require for this particular road to be planned, where the plan would be approved.
Okay, I just wanted that. So that's just that they've worked with them. I wanted to make sure you weren't inferring some kind of a association between the county and people representing Mr. Blanco. And then secondly, you say specifically, it's my obligation to see that the only road that will be built on Kargasaki land without condemnation will be the MOA road, constructed and operated according to the MOA, just as Judge Staffel ruled. So in your opinion, if this road, the proposal was changed to an asphalt road and they corresponded with the conditions in the MOA, the objections would go away?
Oh, I think absolutely. I
Okay.
think, there's some issues related to the funding for the maintenance, which is supposedly part of the MOA obligation. But those are sort of a separate issue. If we just talk about the road design, if the road were designed as required by the MOA and the consultations and locations were all taken care of, if those were conditions just as the board of supervisors made them back in 2003, the vast majority of objections would go away from the planning part of it. In terms of whether the permit should be approved, if it complies in all fours with the MOA, there is no objection. We're not here to stop the building of the MOA road.
Yeah.
We're here to stop the building of a different road.
Yeah, because when I visited the site, I could see where this road could be a real advantage even for the Kargasakis. As I was driving that 1968 existing, I felt like I was driving through their yard between the buildings and their storage. I was waiting for somebody to come out and bib overalls with a shotgun and run me off.
Well, that's
So
that's why, with the help of the county, back in 1989, everybody got together and reached a consensus. I mean, look at the signatures on the MOA. How often do you get that?
Right.
Why has it not been built all these years? Because no one wanted to build it but the Kargasakis.
Okay.
Because there's elements of the MOA that other people don't like.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I have counsel.
And Chair Martinez and Commissioners, if I could just clarify something about the Court of Appeal decision since it's been in discussion. So the decision that everyone's been discussing about requiring paved roads, I just want to clarify that the county was not part of that particular action. So the court was looking at the requirements of the MOA agreement, not county requirements. So what's before the commission right now is how and whether the project complies with county requirements to move forward. It's up to the parties to the MOA on their own to comply with the MOA itself.
May I respond?
I'm going to ask for just for a clarification. In reading this material, I keep on seeing conclusions of the staff of maybe not interpreting the documents, but whether or not who is able to utilize a road for development. I guess that's the central question that I have in my mind. So wouldn't the appeal decision have something to do with that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, so when someone is proposing to use their easement rights to construct something such as a road, the county's first analysis is a base analysis of that easement agreement to make sure that the person who's applying has the ability to apply. And easements often have a lot of details, but it's not the county's role to enforce or dictate those private details, such as where pipes go or crossings. So P&D looks at if this person had some sort of possession and control. It does not need to be exclusive to construct what they're proposing, where they're proposing to construct it. And then beyond that, the county generally does not look to the details of the agreement.
But central to that issue is who's able to utilize that easement.
As long as the applicant is able to construct and utilize it, that's what the county looks towards.
Okay.
May I respond, Mr. Chair, just briefly?
I'll allow you to, yeah, please.
I think the disconnect that we have is, why were we before the Court of Appeal? Because the applicant in this case said to the Court of Appeal, which he had said to the trial court, he just didn't like that decision, tell me what easement rights I have on Kargasaki Ranch. The Court of Appeal unanimously said, your easement rights are limited to building the MOA road under the MOA. So the instance of who has the right to be an applicant is determined by whether they have an easement. If they have an easement to build a different road, then they are not a proper applicant to build this road. They have the right to build a different road, but not this road. So this road is just like the wall I talked about. The guy did not have a right to build a stucco wall with cinder block because that wasn't the easement. The easement was to do something different. Easements are rights of use, and they have details sometimes. And here the Court of Appeal said you must follow the details to exercise your easement. The county cannot say, we'll let you exercise your easement with different construction.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Fox, to be fair with you, for the question that the appellant just responded to, that's not going to count against your time, so I'll allow you to respond directly to that one right now before you begin your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I think the problem here is the question of who adjudicates what the meaning of the easement document itself is. In this case, we had a dispute, a resolution under the MOA agreement. We had continued disputes about what it meant and what was required. It wound up that Mr. Blanco commenced litigation against the Cargasacci family for declaratory relief, determined what the easement said. Did he have a right to use the 1968 easement, which is the existing road that Commissioner Reed went on, or was he required to build the MOA road? And the trial court and the Court of Appeal said he's required to build the road on the MOA easement space. They didn't specify beyond that he had to move, could not improve the 1968 easement road to make it a little wider to meet county standards. He had to go and meet the county standards across the MOA space. That's really what the guts of the trial court and the decision by the Court of Appeals were. The real question that the opposing counsel raises is the question of who should adjudicate that right. There's a dispute between us about the MOA road. We think that we've proposed the equivalent of paving. We know we've met the county requirements for providing an all-weather surface with 95% compaction, which we think is the equivalent of paving. And we think that if there's going to be a continued dispute about this, the court is going to determine that, yes, it's the equivalent of paving, because the whole point is to get people back and forth across the surface of the easement, whatever the conditions are at all times of the year. So we think we've met that test, but it's not for the Planning Commission to decide that issue. It's going to be for the trial court again, I guess, if we can't resolve it between us, which I hope we can, and we've had discussions. But it's really not the job of the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission's job is to determine whether we meet the requirements set out by the County of Santa Barbara, not the requirements of some private agreement between us. With regard to the question of whether Mr. Blanco has the authority to apply for an application to build the road, he is one of the 39 dominant tenement owners.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
I'm going to start the 50 minutes now. Okay, now I'm going to start it. Okay.
All right. Let me just say that Hank Blanco is one of the 39 dominant tenement owners, and they're the people that have a right under the law to use property of another person. They own the easement rights, which is the right of use of the property. Any of those people are they're co-owners of those rights, or they have reciprocal rights to use the property individually. They don't have to all carpool in together at one time and carpool out together. Anybody can come and go. Any of the 39 people can come and go and use the easement. They're more like tenants in common or co-tenants in a piece of real property. They're just multiple owners of an easement right that's not exclusive to them alone. It belongs to other people as well. They all have co-equal rights to use the asset. They all have co-equal rights to improve it or manage it. And in fact, the MOA agreement, which isn't really relevant for the Planning Commission, says that the co-owners, the dominant tenement owners, are going to build and maintain this easement. It's going to be a requirement. We agree. They're going to do that. And one of the co-owners has stepped forward, Hank Blanco, and said, I'll take the lead on this because I know how hard it is to get 39 people to agree to anything, and we're going to move forward and get this thing done. I think it's really important to remember that as he went through this process, he started with the plans that had been considered long ago by the Kargasacci family. If you look at where the road crossings are, the crossings for the tractors and the dips for the drainage spots, they're in the exact same locations they were in before, and those are the result of the consultations they had years ago with the Kargasacci families about this. The real issue that's left remaining is this issue of paving. What does paving mean? I appreciate Commissioner Reed's discussion with the former director of the road department for the North County, and I think that's illustrative, illuminating. There's also a question of the Federal Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration goes into a long discussion about how even gravel roads can be considered paved roads, and I'm happy to pass that on to you. I didn't know it would be an issue this morning, but it goes back to the question of who's best qualified to decide what the word paving in the document means. I think it's the court or the parties between ourselves. I think the discussion for the Planning Commission is whether we meet the county standards or not, and it's clear that we do meet the county standards. It's also clear that LAFCO would like to help fix this problem that was created in the 1960s by creating the Lakeview Estates subdivision and not creating a roadway that was going to go there. Originally, just so you understand some of the background, the plan was to have a bridge and a dam across the San Ynez River right there, so there'd be a lake. That's why it was called Lakeview Estates. But obviously that couldn't happen, you know, the late 60s, the environmental movement and all. And so that idea got quashed, and they had the alternative then was to seek a path across the Kargasacci property, and there have been multiple iterations of that private road easement, and it culminated in a decision of the county service district that exists out there to ask LAFCO to expand the sphere of influence so that the county service district could take control of the MOA easement area, and LAFCO agreed to include it in the sphere of influence either late last year or earlier this year. I can't remember exactly when it was. So the answer to the question is, what you've got is 39 people that have been living with a real problem since the 60s. They haven't had access that's adequate to get a building permit to use their properties properly. This is a necessary step. Getting county permission to build this road is a necessary step to solving that problem for everybody. I disagree with opposing counsel that all of the decisions of all 39 or 40 people that are involved in this need to be ironed out ahead of time. I think you take this one step at a time. We've gotten the approvals that we need from all the various county departments. Do we meet the county standards? The answer is yes. We think that's the question that you need to answer today. Did we meet the test set forth by the county? And then put us on our way. We'll be one step closer to solving all these problems that were created in the 1960s by the inability to get the public road built. So thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I assume that we had the plans up for long enough. If you could put those up again of the overhead with the roads on, the 1968 and the MOA road areas. So you could just have an idea and you can see what we're talking about. The 1968 road goes through the Kargasacci's kind of main farm area. Can you put the overhead, the aerial, not the road looking? This is good enough, I'm sorry. So this is looking east from the end of Sweeney Road, looking across where the MOA road goes, and then it goes around the hill back to the Lakeview Estates subdivision. You see the San Ynez River on the right and Santa Rosa Road over there. But if you look to the left of where the end of Public Sweeney Road is, you can see that's the existing 1968 easement. And it goes right to the Kargasacci's farmstead area and through it. And then it veers off to the right there and then connects on to the road that finishes up to the other 39 parcels. So what we've got is a chance to make things better for everybody out here. It will make it better for the Kargasacci's because it will move the road away from the middle of their main farmhouse area. It will be better for all the owners in the subdivision because they will finally get all-weather access There will not be disputes about who has a right to use the road. There won't be denials of permission for fire to come in and examine the properties, as had happened in the past. And will just help us clean this up. That's what I'm really asking you to do, is help us move this forward so that the entire subdivision could get the benefit of it. Thank you very much.
Questions from commissioners, and Commissioner Park is first up.
Okay. You know, as invariably happens when lawyers stand up, somebody who's in the decision-making role says, well, I agree with some of what you say, but not all of it, and I can say that to each of you, okay? And then I get to ask more questions. And I want to ask some technical questions about these road plans. And if somebody was here from Stantec, I'd probably ask them, but nobody is, right?
So I think, correct, no one's here. Brianna Daniels' son had a medical emergency, and she's with the specialist. She's available by text. If there's a question, I think we can text her and get a response.
It looks like she's also on Zoom.
Oh, she is, good.
Correct. I thought we made arrangements to at least give her a heads up so that she could be where she needs to be and participate if a question is needed. Yes.
Perfect. If you have a question for her.
Well, I have a question about the curing seal for this road, and it goes to paving and so forth. So I want to ask whoever can answer the question. So I don't want to ask 3 or 4 people and have me say, I don't know the answer, you ought to ask so-and-so. I want you to tell me who so-and-so is, and I'll ask them the question. Yeah. So is that her?
So I think it's Brianna Daniels who knows the specifics about the.
Okay, and which reminds me that, you know, the local Stantec office was started as the purchase of Penfield and Smith Engineers, which I represented for several decades, and my father formed. So that's still another connection I have here. They keep popping up. So when do I get a crack at, is it Ms. Daniels, is that?
That's what I heard.
Okay, so maybe we should let them sit down and finish and put her on the stand at some point. I'll let you figure out how you want to do that.
Ms.
Chair.
Daniels is your engineer?
So yes, she is. Stantec is our engineer. We took the plans from the Penfield Smith plans that had been done years ago. She's the one who redid them.
Okay. Then let's do it this way. I understand her family emergency, and let's accommodate that. So let's make sure we got her available and have her available in the next few minutes. But I see Commissioner Cooney has some questions.
Yeah.
So I'd rather have Commissioner Cooney ask his questions, and maybe somebody from your party can try and ensure that she's going to be available following Mr. Cooney's, and then we can go back to her, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so let's finish.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, let's go with Commissioner Cooney's questions right now.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm absorbing this over a 24-hour period, and there's a lot there, a lot of time, a lot of court appearances and decisions and so forth. But am I right in concluding that the area of focus as well as the area of disagreement is the construction of the road, and particular what material is used to build the road?
I think that's a question better posed to Mr. Morris. I think that it's a question of whether the road is required to be paved at this point, or whether the road is the equivalent of paving now, or the third option, of course, is whether the paving has to happen immediately. For example, if you have an easement for utility lines in your backyard, the utility company doesn't have to put the utility lines in on day one when you buy your house. The utility company can use the easement whenever it's convenient for them. And so if I'm wrong that this is not the equivalent of paving, I think the court will not make us install paving immediately, that we can put the paving in at some future time when it's needed.
Well, what it sounds like to me is that you're saying the question isn't just the construction of the road, but when the construction of the road is able to take place? That's a second question, and maybe it becomes the primary question. Is that right?
Our plan is to construct the road as soon as possible. As
Okay.
soon as we get the permits, we want to go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Is Ms. Daniels available then? Okay. Okay.
May I speak, Chair?
Ms.
Oh,
Romero.
maybe that's her.
Oh, that's her?
No,
I'm not clear.
no. This is Frances Romero speaking. I've been texting with Ms. Daniels. She failed to log off of the Zoom. She's in the middle of a medical consultation with a doctor, and so she is unable to appear. She can only reply by text, which I think might be a little clunky for the follow-on questions that will certainly come up. So that is the best we can do right now. This appointment was unavoidable, and it is a medical emergency. So that's kind of where we are right now.
Do we have any time estimate in regards to how long this medical consultation is going to last?
I haven't asked because of the fact that, they take what they take. I can ask her by text.
Why don't you ask her by text and see if she can give any guesstimate or estimate that she can? Obviously, there's some questions that we've tried to accommodate her in. I mean, if somebody's in a medical emergency, let's be human about it. We can do that. But commissioners, do any other commissioners have any questions right now of the applicant?
If there's a question, I might try and answer it. I've spent time in discussion with her, and if it would be better for me to do it than have no one do it or wait for a text, I'm happy to give it my best shot at it. I'm not an engineer, but we have spent a lot of time going over the plans. And
well, that's the question, Commissioner Park, actually, Commissioner Reed has something to ask right now.
I just do have a question. Has your client have they done a cost assessment of the differential in expense of constructing the road of cement and aggregate compared to actual paving?
yes, we have.
Which is?
One of the problems with it is that the price of asphalt changes along with the price of, I'll need to go to my briefcase, but the price of asphalt changes with the price of oil, and so it fluctuates. So our bid is only good for 30 days, which won't be long enough for this process to conclude. But let me get it for you so you have an order of magnitude.
Just a ballpark, yeah, because I realize the price of asphalt fluctuates. We actually sell our oil to among other places, a big asphalt plant in Bakersfield, so I know things vary. But just a ballpark figure, I think, would be valuable.
I have a text back from Brianna, if I may speak for just a moment, Chair.
Please do.
Okay, she's thinking that it will be at least 30 minutes because the appointment was scheduled for 11, and I do not know when they actually took her in. That was why we had asked to be moved up on the agenda to avoid this. May I suggest that it might be worth taking your lunch break after questions are asked, and then she would be more easily available without everybody trying to just stretch things out and wait around.
Well, let's just try and accommodate Mr. Fox is going to be responding to Commissioner Reed's question right now. And then I'll allow Commissioner Park to ask his question. And if Mr. Fox, you don't feel you're in a position to answer that, then we'll accommodate that. I'm just trying to allow you the most fairest way of doing it, and then we'll see where we are time-wise. We might just take an early lunch. Let's just see. But I also
I'll continue to monitor.
Well, I also want to make sure I'm fair to the appellant in this situation too. Okay. Do you have an answer?
Yes, I do. So the quote we got was $217,000 and change. Call it $218,000 for 3 inches of asphalt over the 69,740 square feet of road surface. We would get, if we paved the road We would get a credit back for the cement that would not be put into the aggregate. And so the net difference would be $174,000 and change, call it $175,000 is the net difference in cost of paving it versus using the cement over with the aggregate that we had proposed in the plans. That's $175,000, and assuming we can get it done within 30 days.
Thank you.
Commissioner Park?
You know, I'll be real blunt. You people, okay, on both sides, made me review this stuff. And to do that, I felt that I had to do a whole lot of research on just the question that Mr. Reed asked of what is paving. And so I spent a lot of time researching Portland Cement Association, Caltrans, et cetera, about what is cement treated base, and is it pavement or not, and the different ways of constructing it. And since you made me do this, okay, and take all that time, I'm going to make you listen to me at some point today on what I found. And I would not concede what is paving or not. Asphalt paving is a kind of paving. There are several other kinds of paving. And so we're going to go into that. So I just want to be sure, as the questions are asked by Mr. Reed or others, that we're not somehow presuming that for this to be paved, it has to be paved with asphalt. And we'll get into that later. But that goes to the question I want to ask Ms. Daniels. I can ask you. I kind of doubt I'm going to get an answer, but shall I give it a try, Chair?
Please.
Okay. When we look at the Portland Cement Association specs on and their discussion of what is how you use cement treated base, okay, and it talks specifically about it being a totally appropriate kind of road in remote areas, rural areas, and relatively light use areas. Light use is, you know, comparing a freeway to a driveway. So I wouldn't concede whether this is light use or not. Anyway, they go into that, and then they describe the process that typically will have a wearing surface, or even not a wearing surface over the CTB. It'll have a curing seal. Okay, and that's what I was going to ask Ms. Daniels, because on the Stantec documents, I don't see anything about a curing seal. And maybe she just presumed, well, there's going to be one, and why put it in the plans? And if you go to the Portland Cement Association web pages on that, they refer to different kinds of curing seals. One of them is a bituminous spray, okay, which is not 3 inches of asphalt. It's a spray of some bituminous thing, which would be asphalt based. And there are other kinds of things that are non-asphalt that you use for a curing spray. And maybe she intends that this thing be built without a curing spray, but that's generally what one does to cure cement. So that was my question. Was there an intention to have a curing spray or a curing seal, and what was it? And if you know that, then I'll be amazed, but maybe you do.
I do not know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, there we are. Well, that's what
When you
Ms.
say-
Romero can tell her to be prepared to tell me when we get a chance.
When you say a bituminous curing spray, do you mean like tar? I'm from the Midwest. Is that like putting tar on the road?
You know, I have no relation to the Portland Cement Association. I'm reporting what they wrote.
Gotcha.
Okay, and you can look it up just like I did. And so that's just something that they have, and I think that bears on this in several different ways. But that's just a question I will have for her. And I can decide the thing without that. I could decide it better with that information. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so what we'll do is that I see Commissioner Briley's lights on, and but my suggestion is after, if Commissioner Briley has a question, she can ask the question, but what we'll do is to allow you the ability to bring Ms. Daniels in and answer that question with her help. We still have public comments, so I'm thinking we'll fill in the time with public comment, and then you'll still have your time for reply and all that, and you can put her in that place. Commissioner Briley?
Yeah, I really didn't want to get in this conversation of what is base, what is concrete, impregnate, anything, because, you know, the fire department approved it and building and safety has approved it, and so, yeah, we're down that path, unfortunately. So as long as everyone's asking the question, what I'm struggling with is looking at the detail on the Stantec sheet, 6 of 6. It's the last page, to understand what exactly it is. You know, Mr. Fox, you said that it was going to be asphaltic base with the pavement, with the chips over it. I mean, I don't even understand what is the, we should have a detail of this section. As long as we're going down this road, yuck, yuck, yuck. What is the section? And I'd like to know that before we hear from the engineer who designed it. Or maybe she would have it. Can anyone zoom in on that sheet and help us understand it?
Can you put up the last sheet of the specs? The last sheet of the staff report?
Commissioner Bradley, and we're talking 6 of 6
6 of
from
6, yeah.
attachment H, right?
Right.
Okay.
I think it's the very last page of the packet.
Yep. Just give us 1 second. We'll pull it up.
Just a little hard to read on 8.5 by 11. So can anyone curate that for us? Or maybe if you want us to wait until the engineer is on the line, we can wait till then. See structural section, which is to the right. Well, you just went past it. Structural section is, yeah.
No, that's not,
Base, yeah. So you got,
that's not it. Go above, okay? Bingo. Where it says cement treated ag base, okay? And that's for section B. There's 3 sections to this. And B is important because that's the heart of it, where it goes over the Kargasaki's land. And we want to make sure that there's not dust. So the section has different language for section B, because that's the only one where you see the detail that says cement treated ag base, okay? 6 inches of it over 12 inches of road base. If you go above or below for A or C, you'll see it doesn't say cement treated. It just says ag base.
okay. All right.
And I think you make a very good point, Commissioner Bradley, about what the fire department has approved for its purposes, which involves taking some pretty heavy equipment over this back and forth. And I intend to treat that further as we get to deliberations.
Okay.
So let me clear up what I know about this, okay? And that is the county standard is the one below. That's the required standard from the fire department.
Typical section.
Yeah, the one that
Right out
has
of the engineering design standards, right?
exactly, the county engineering design standards. The one that we referred to up above that has the cement treatment is the treatment that will be given to the low-lying areas where the water flows and the traffic goes across, where it could be disturbed. So that's why the concrete is added in those sections and not over the entire length of the road, because it's not required by the county standards. I hope that helps. And if you look at the other section plans, I think you can see one of the earlier pages in the plan shows exactly where those 3 lower sections are to allow drainage. So when you look through them, you can see where those are and you can see the differences.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's do the public comment right now. And I'm going to allow you time. I'm going to allow you time to come in, but I'm going to go into public comment so we can get the public
I
comment.
understand that, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Just want to make sure that, because the clock sort of stopped running, and
No.
I get to address some of these things because I have the references that Commissioner Park was speaking about
Agreed. Okay.
from the actual engineering reports.
Okay. So since we only have one person remotely, let's take care of that person remotely. And so everybody knows, the time to been remote and say your public comment is now. So there's no more from remotely, that is. Let's go to that person, please.
All right, we have one member of the public online, Mark Horvath.
Okay. Are you there?
Mr. Horvath, if you're, looks like you tried to unmute yourself.
Hello? Technical difficulties. So let's just start with the people here then, in relation to it. But no, okay. Let's start with Marty New. And just so everybody knows, you're, in your public comments, you're limited to 3 minutes, and that includes those who are remotely. And there will be a time clock be kept to your right. And please announce yourself before you start speaking. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. First off, I'm Marty New. I'm a property owner and on the board for the Santa Rita Hills Community Services District. I have been serving and working on this issue for the last 9 years. Much shorter than most of the people who have now died before they had the full use of their property. I want to bring it home. Everyday judgments and agreements that you guys are in charge of affect us. Today, that road was so muddy, I could barely drive across it, and I thought I was going to get stuck. Fortunately, one of the helpers in the area for that road pushed my car out of the mud rut. This is a real issue, and it needs to move forward. And what I'm saying is I object to this appeal. I understand the sensitive issues involved with it, but it's important that we move any part of this forward. And I really welcome you guys taking this so seriously and all the issues, but we also need answers, and we also need action. 30 years, well, 68, it's longer than that, is far too long for this to have been sitting here. I am thrilled and excited, and I'm representing less 20%, 39 properties, so what, 32 properties who all want this to happen, and you need to know that from the bottom of our hearts. It affects us every day, every single day. This is so important. It's important to our lives in a very basic way. As a farmer and a winemaker, I need to be out of my property, and not to have easy access is horrendous. It makes my job very tough. And then when there are incidences, it is very hard to get out of there. It isn't just this easement road, and I think Attorney Morris has hinted at the next obstacle he'll be putting in front of us. And that's what's important, is to see patterns. Those patterns are real. This isn't the only obstacle. There will be further from this family. We know that as a fact. I have 55 seconds, so I need to know that you understand, for everyday people who work out there, who are farmers, who do good for this community, that we have been harassed by this family. This isn't just a single obstacle about pavement. It's obstacles about you. I used to be chased down by John Kargasaki in his truck, physically harassed by the sons, screamed at. And it is unfortunate that as a single woman, I have that level of animosity coming at me just to get to my job, which is farming. So please, help us all. I really appreciate all the details that are being covered, but the real life of myself and my son and my workers are at risk every day because this family has refused to cooperate in, I think, a real way. So please, I do think where we are is a good place, and I thank you for your work on it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next public speaker, but I wanted to make note just for the record. I did receive written requests to speak from Mr. Morris, but since you represent the the appellant, you're obviously been speaking. I received one from Hank Blanco, since you're represented by Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox is your voice piece there, and I received a request from Randy Fox himself to speak, which obviously you've been speaking, so those I'm going to be putting aside. The only one that I have left from a present public is Diana Sandoval.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diana Sandoval.
Yes.
And I'm just going to comment and say shame on planning and development for excluding the landowners of the Karasakis and for disregarding the MOA agreement. As such, the Planning Commission should accept the Karasakis' appeal. That's my comment.
Thank you. And Mr. Villalobos, is the gentleman that was on remotely, is that person available now?
Mr. Horvath, are you still there? If you could unmute yourself. It does not appear Mr. Horvath is able to unmute himself.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to ask the commissioners, because obviously we're done with the public comment period.
Mr. Chair, I know you mentioned earlier that the time for public speaking is closed, but I believe we may have one other person that's filling out a slip.
And then Chair Martinez, also, we do have an answer to Commissioner Bradley's question about the where the pavement is going to. So we can show that to you after public comment.
Okay, that'd be great. And just so the commissioners know what I'm thinking is that I'm going to be asking them in regards to whether we should just proceed into the reply period and with the remaining time of the applicant and the appellant, and including the appellant's ability to respond more in depth in regards to what we've been discussing here. And then and including if Ms. Daniels is available, period, or not. I mean, just to keep in thought. Let me receive this last public speaking slip here. Victoria, is it Jody's? Yeah, come right up.
Don't have much voice left, whatever's been going around. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, please state your name, and then you have 3 minutes.
Ruta Victoria Jodis. I have been familiar with this property for a number of years, both before and after COVID, and the unsightly entrance and the attitude when you're going through there, and I'm here occasionally, I'm in Los Angeles. We wanted to, at one time, open up a wellness center in the building and get it finished. And it's been a real detriment. So having a new road in would be fantastic, because then we could perhaps finish the property, get it marketed, maybe put some grapes back in, maybe put some horses in. And so it's been a struggle, but I hope you guys allow the road to come in. And my dad was a builder, and he was a specialist in concrete. I don't understand. You can run a tractor over concrete and not have it eventually crack, depending on, just the different conditions down there. So I'd rather see the kind of road that you're planning to build right now. Thank you very much, and I hope that we can finish the project and help people get well, too, at some point in time. Any questions? All right.
Thank you. Okay, let's give the one last time to the remote person.
Mr. Horvath, if you're still there, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, well, that opportunity has passed, and Commissioner Park, you have.
I'm going to suggest because I think you're about to get into the rebuttals, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, and Mr. Fox used about 5 minutes of his 10 minutes, and I think you aptly pointed out that Mr. Blanco should be speaking as part of the applicant's presentation, but there is time in the applicant's presentation, and if Mr. Blanco can speak within a few minutes, I think he should have the right to speak.
Sure.
That's up to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, then that's their decision in regards to the reply situation, and I'll allow Mr. Fox to dictate what he's going to do because he seems to be the leader of that ship. What
Chair
I'm going to ask is
Martinez,
for
I have
staff.
a reply.
Okay, if you reply, that's going to be it for Ms. Daniels.
That's
what you
it
wanna
for
do?
Ms.
Correct.
I was just merely trying to answer the question. If this is a situation of we need to wait for her, should there be additional requests, follow-on requests, I'm able to answer the one question that was asked. So your call, Chair.
No, it's your call. Then that's for Mr. Fox to dictate of what's going to happen. I mean, if we're going to have a reply, I'm not going to be waiting for Ms. Daniels anymore. That's it. So it's your choice. Mr. Fox, I'll look for your direction on this one really quick because I'm seeing you as a captain of that ship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should proceed with whatever evidence we're able to get today. If it turns out that there's some essential question that remains unanswered, maybe we could continue it for a short hearing next week at the end of the agenda or something. I'd like to get a resolution of this so we can move forward.
Okay, well, if we break for lunch and we come back, we're going to get a decision today regarding it. I haven't heard any commissioners indicate that they want to continue it. So that's why I want to make sure that I'm up front that if I hear this reply or to Commissioner Park's question, we're not going to be waiting around for Ms. Daniels. I think we've tried to accommodate that as much as possible. So I want to make sure that we have one captain of the ship and that captain tells me what he wants to do.
Thank you. Okay, so if you are willing to go to lunch and come back and I can get Ms. Daniels here, I would prefer to do that.
Okay.
If you're not, okay, great.
That's fine. That's fine. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask staff to reply to the question of the Commissioner Bradley, and then I'll ask the commissioners about the lunch situation. Okay? Thank you. Okay, staff. The answer to Commissioner Bradley's question.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, if you don't mind repeating your question, please.
I'm sorry, I think actually it was asked and answered with the review of the cross-section, so I don't have any other questions.
Great. And it's on page 3 of 6, and you can see the white areas of the road. And that's and then you see the note where it talks about construct concrete crossing and to Chair Park. So that's the cross-section on page 6 where it talks about the concrete. It's referencing these sections on that road on 3 to 6. Did that make any sense?
Well,
okay.
It does to me, but.
Thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Park, is that?
Okay.
Okay.
So let me ask, I'm going to ask the commissioners, and I'm going to start with just my preferences. My preferences is to take a lunch break, come back at 1 o'clock, and then hear the replies of the last presentations of the appellant and the applicant and the staff, and then go into deliberations. That's my suggestion. Do you have any commissioners' comments, please? Commissioner Cooney.
I absolutely agree that we need to deal with this today. This has already lingered on for years. Our part in it is small. It may turn out, but let's do it today.
Commissioner Bradley, did you still have? Okay. Commissioner Park?
I completely agree with Commissioner Cooney. I think we should take our break, come back to lunch, and do the work and be gone.
And Commissioner Reed?
I would concur with that.
Okay, so let's come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, well, good afternoon, and we're back in our last portion of our Planning Commission meeting for today, and we're still on item number 4. And when we left, I believe it was probably in staff responded to a question, and I think we should just find out if staff has anything more to add, and then we'll move on to the appellant and then applicant.
Mr. Chair, we don't have anything else to add at this time.
Okay, and there's no questions of staff right now at this time by commissioners, so let's move over to the appellant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, commission members, I thought about a lot of your questions during our break, and I'd like to address, first of all, I would ask the chair that I not be limited to the 2 minutes and 50 seconds because the whole issue about paving arose and was addressed for extended periods of time.
No, I mentioned to you that indeed that was a question that was posed, and therefore you should be provided the opportunity to respond to the same because it's an important question, as you can see.
I do. I see. It's just my timer started going.
True.
And I do work in the Court of Appeals, and when the timer buzzes off, they now shut the mic off.
Yeah, well, let's do it this way. Let's start you by just responding to that question regarding the surface. So therefore, outside of that, then the 2 minutes will start.
I
Let's do it
appreciate
that way.
that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. I think we should get down to some actual facts and not what people think or impressions that they have. I'm going to read to you from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration's Gravel Roads Construction and Maintenance Guide of 2015. It says, paved roads are usually designed and then constructed with careful consideration given to the correct shape of the finished cross-section, especially the surface and shoulder. Once paving is finished, the road should keep its shape for an extended period of time. Gravel roads are quite different. Gravel roads can easily rut or form potholes in periods of prolonged wet weather. During periods of dry weather, traffic tends to displace gravel from the surface area to the shoulder area and even to the ditch. Managers and equipment operators have the continual responsibility of keeping the roadway surface properly shaped, including the shoulder. At times, there may be a need for other equipment, such as an excavator, to do ditch cleaning, especially in very wet conditions. Why am I talking about gravel roads? Because one of the key components of the MOA, and if I could have staff place that photograph they had that shows the line of where the road is going to go. I forgot what exhibit it is of yours. This is an overlay photograph that was shown. I could use that one. May I approach up here to point something out? Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can I approach up here to point
Yes.
something out?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So the old road, not an easement. It's not an easement. There's no such easement here anymore. The old road went like this through the Karkasaki Ranch buildings and off this direction. In the compromise reached in 1989, which I believe your former partner helped negotiate, Mr. Bennett, or I don't know if he was your partner, but he was a good friend of yours. The Kargasakis agreed, why don't we go straight across the field? Because until you reach this slope here, it was a quicker way to go, and it took the traffic from between where people would be crossing or living in these houses. And this was the agreement to build this road here. Because it passes through agricultural fields where produce is grown for human consumption that is sold in stores by farmers. There was a lot of talk about farmers. Farmers, they had to have this be a dust-free road. It had to be. Otherwise, dust is spreading into the fields, putting mites on the crops, destroying crops. Those crops have to be washed at greater expense. And this bisects almost this complete field. That's why the road had to be paved. It had to do with not being a detriment to Kargasaki Ranch to agree to run this road in a straight line through their field. So I suggest that the issue of paved didn't mean gravel. Well, you may say to yourself, we don't have a gravel road. Can you put up your Exhibit D, I think, which is the plans, project plans, as approved? So we can just do this from here, starting with, but I have to put some glasses on. Let me walk with this. So what we have here is we're on sheet 4 of 8. Can you scroll back up to sheet 2, please? Sheet 2 shows the entire road beginning to end. It's divided into 3 sheets. Sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5. Can you go to the end, to the detail, please? In the detail, section A is gravel. No plasticized, cementicized, anything. It's gravel. Section B is the cement-treated base. Please go to sheet 3. Sheet 3, typical construction note, is gravel all the way. Next sheet, please. Gravel all the way. There's this whole thing that somehow there's some equivalent of paving. It's just a material misrepresentation to this commission. This is a gravel road except where it goes up the hill. And then it uses cement-treated base. I think the who knows about cement-treated base is the Portland Cement Association, who invented it. They have a thing called the Guide to Cement-Treated Base, 2006 publication. Cement-treated base is a general term that applies to an intimate mixture of native soils and or manufactured aggregates with measured amounts of Portland cement and water that hardens after compaction and curing to form a strong, durable, frost-resistant paving material. But they don't end there. It's only a paving material. A bituminous wearing cover course or Portland cement concrete is placed on top of the CTB to complete the pavement. It's just been a bill of goods here. You want to be paved? You can use CTB, but you got to put bituminous aggregate. So what's bituminous aggregate? Well, it's 2 kinds. It could be asphalt or straight bituminous aggregate. That is bitumen, which is essentially a heavy, thick oil, mixed with gravel. In a bituminous wearing course that's not asphalt, the thickness is about 20 to 40 millimeters. And if you do asphalt, it's a thicker course. Asphalt itself will last up to in excess of 20 years. A bituminous wearing course will last up to, say, 15 or 20. This is why this had to be paved. And it's just a misrepresentation to tell this commission that they are putting even the CTB, which the Portland Cement organization says is not a suitable road material, regardless of what the person from the county told Commissioner Reed. Because I challenge anybody to find any place in the county of Santa Barbara where the county of Santa Barbara has paved any road, a public road, with CTB. Because I don't believe they have. I haven't been through the whole county, but I'm going to bet on it. So this was about dust. This was about compromise. This was about protecting agricultural value of land that the Kargasakis were giving up to accommodate the Lakeview owners who had sued them and to settle the case. And now we are here 35 years later, and all my clients want is that agreement to be the basis for planning and development restrictions, requirements, covenants, and conditions of Hank Blanco building a road across their agricultural fields. Just comply with the agreement you always had. And Mr. Blanco argued to the court below about the cost of having to do so. Why should he have to bear that burden all himself? And you know what? That's
Just so we're
definitely-
clear, I'm going to start the 2 minutes.
Fair
'cause-
enough. So I think we've put to rest this issue of what kind of roads is being built in these plans, and it's not a paved road by a long shot. Representations were made that the trial court and court of appeal gave Mr. Blanco permission to build a road in the MOA location. This is a battle we've been having now for 10 years. Easements are not locations. You don't even have to have an easement location. The Court of Appeal and the trial court did not tell him he could build a road in the location described in the MOA. They told him, and this was 4 judges, told him, you must build the MOA road as prescribed in the MOA. So that was just a misrepresentation. Another misrepresentation, the Kargasakis agreed to the crossings on these plans. The Kargasakis were not consulted about the crossings on these plans. That's just an absolute falsehood to say that. Likewise, a speaker got up and said that she's on the board of the Community Services District that is adjacent to this property. There is no board. That's false. There hasn't been a board since 2013. This Community Services District is defunct. It hasn't had a budget. It hasn't done anything since 2013. So there is no current board. There's not likely to be a board because it takes a 5-member board to run that organization. What we have here is the Kargasakis. John Kargasaki is the appellant. Don't let them build a road that I didn't agree to, that I didn't give an easement for. But let's build the road that we all agreed to do. And you can help doing that either by telling us that you're going to grant the appeal and start over, but I'd like to work with Mr. Blanco on not having to do that. Finally, I would just comment, after all this discussion, this is not CEQA exempt under the statute that the staff says it is. This is not some minor modification.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop you there because in all fairness, your time's up. Thank you. So the applicant.
Chair Martinez, we did
no,
get...
he had 8 minutes because this is the time in which I don't know if you had Ms. Daniels available too.
We do.
Okay, it's part of your 8 minutes then. Yes.
Yeah, we do have Ms. Daniels available, and I suppose I should start by saying that Mr. Morris's objections were not based on what the county standards are. And as you heard from your counsel this morning, your job is to assess whether the application meets the requirements of county standards. He and I have a dispute about what paving means. I think he's wrong. He and I have a dispute. Apparently, I just learned, this is new to me, that we're going to build a gravel road here. These plans don't show gravel road. They show road aggregate that's compacted to 95% compaction that is completely compatible with county standards. County said, these are the things you could do here. Pick one, do it. We did, and they did. I've got Brianna Daniels available to talk about the specifics of the road, and I'm happy to do that. But I just want to remind each of you of what your job as a commissioner is, and that is to measure the application against county standards. There's a whole process for private litigants to resolve disputes between themselves. And if Mr. Morris and I can't resolve this, then we'll go through that process and there will be some conclusion done with it. But that process has systems of checks and balances and due process of law applied to it. It's not kind of adjudication by ambush in a public hearing meeting with wild accusations and no rules of evidence. I mean, if we're going to have a dispute from private parties, we should have it in the right forum, which is the courts. Your job is to apply the county standards, and we've met those. Your director looked at this file. She determined, with the help of her staff, that we complied with the requirements of the county. That's all that we can do here. And then we go on to the next level, and we'll resolve things at that level if we need to. Ms. Daniels is on the phone. She's the engineer who worked on this project originally from Penfield and Smith, and now she's with Stantec. And Brianna, can you answer the questions that were posed, I think, by Mr. Clark earlier, or Mr. Park earlier this morning, or today, and this morning? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Is everybody able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you, Randy, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to clarify the technical issues here. As Randy mentioned, I'm the engineer of record for the project. I've been with Stantec, formerly Penfield and Smith, and I was part of the Penfield and Smith team. I've been here for 24 years and worked with Gino in the original approvals of this project back in 2015. So I'd just like to touch on two items. First, I'm a licensed civil engineer and have been for over 20 years working here at Stantec in Santa Barbara. I'm very familiar with Santa Barbara County standards and have worked with the Roads Division for many, many years. So the two items I'd like to address first are the road crossings. Everything on this set of plans was coordinated back in 2015 with the Kargasachis as it related to the drainage and the crossings, and nothing changed between the plans that were prepared then and these plans today. And as it relates to those crossings, the only change that was made was related to the road surface. So I'll get into that next. First off, there is no gravel road. Gravel road is a defined type of road, and this is not a gravel road. Gravel road is not a compacted surface. Many of you may have been to wineries. That's the only place I've ever spec'd a gravel road personally, and it's not part of the county standards. This is an all-weather surface road that meets county road requirements for private roads. It's a compacted aggregate base, a Class 2 base, which is a combination of various gradations of aggregate, and in this case has a cement-treated additive that is included with it specifically for dust control. And so that is the specified product and surface for this, for the project, for the road at hand. And it in fact does meet fire department and county road standards for a private road of this nature. So I believe those were the questions. I'm happy to answer any further technical questions that there may be. I know there was discussion of a lot of different paving terms and terminology, and I'm happy to discuss that, but I think I'll just leave it at that this is complies with county standards and is a road that has been approved in a private road. It isn't a public road. So public road standards do not apply here. A private road that meets county standards.
Any questions? Mr. Park?
Yes. It's good to see you, Ms. Daniels. Hope things are going better for you today. Question I have, and I read lots and lots last night about CTB, and I saw what Mr. Morris quoted, but I saw a lot of other things. And one thing that almost every site referred to is some kind of covering over the concrete treated base, the cement treated base. And I gathered from what I read that was all about curing, because as we know, cement cures for a very long time. And so that's why you cover it sometimes, to keep that moisture in there and let it keep curing. And I keep reading about how even any CTB road will have a curing seal. And I didn't read of any curing seal in your specs. And I'm just wondering, did you have a curing seal that you expect to be going on the road, the part that has the CTB?
That we do not have that specified. It's not necessarily a requirement of the county, and there is a lot of literature out there. So the curing agents, there are lime treatments. That's one that's commonly applied. And there are different types of treatments. In this case, we did not specify that. The cement treatment is a cementitious material that there's a certain volume of that that's specified and mixed in with the aggregate base, the rocks and the dirt, just in layman's terms, and mixed in, and a water is applied to that, similar to what you would use in a concrete, that then creates a cure over that with simply with water. So there are two different things, is really the answer. There are different sealant applications, but it is not a requirement, and it's not a requirement of the standard, and it's not a must, if you will.
So my follow-up is that we're going to have a foot of road base. We're going to have 6 inches of the CTB, or else at least compacted aggregate. And we know that a curing seal can take many different forms, bituminous, or even nowadays you have polymer curing seals and things like that. We see that at the wind energy site. Is a curing seal going to add significant structural strength to that 18 inches of base?
No, a curing seal does not add structural strength unless it is an engineered section of either asphalt or concrete. Those are the only two elements that will add structural strength. A curing agent that is sprayed or applied over the top does not provide any additional structural strength. It does provide for maintenance. Oftentimes it's put on for maintenance because it provides extended life of the road before you have to maintain it, and sometimes, like I said, for dust control.
Well, and speaking of dust control, the CTB, is it going to release more dust than if it's coated with a bituminous spray?
The CTB is the cement in it will harden, and so it will not. That's the reason we specify the cement treatment is for a level of dust control.
Right. Okay, I have no further questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes, I had a couple of questions. This CTB road, once it is in place and cured, is it permeable to water, or would it be characterized as impermeable?
It's characterized by flood control as impermeable.
Okay, impermeable. Okay, that's good. And then relative to asphalt, in terms of physical properties, would say, for example, the compressive strength of this cementitious road, how does that compare to the compressive strength of a road constructed of asphalt?
The compressive strength, so the CTB road is compacted to 95% relative compaction. So it is hardened. It is very similar to an asphalt concrete in that both are a flexible paving surface, and a concrete pavement would have a more rigid pavement. So CTB and asphalt are flexible pavement. A concrete pavement is different.
Okay, so the CTB, does it have sufficient integral strength to maintain the conformation or the, so to speak, the crown in the road surface that the appellant mentioned as an important part of the road construction as mentioned in that 1990 MOA? Does this cementitious road material have sufficient intrinsic strength to maintain the crown of the road, unlike a unreinforced gravel road would lack?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for them? Any other commissioners? None? Okay. If you want to use up your remaining 256, you're more than welcome to.
I think I've said all I need to say, unless someone has a question I could address. Again, I think the question before us today is, does this application meet the county standards? It's not about the private dispute between the Kargasachis and the easement owners, the users, the dominant tenements, we call it in the law. So I would urge you to follow your county council's advice this morning and restrict your considerations to whether this meets the county standards. We believe it does. We think your director was correct in approving issuance of the permit, and we think you should approve her decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we'll come to commissioners for deliberations. Commissioner Park, this is your district.
A few points. One, I think that Ms. New made a very good point, that something just has to happen here. This thing has been going on for decades, and it doesn't benefit anybody. I won't make cynical comments about benefiting the lawyers, because I don't believe in that, and I was one. But their Kargasakis have fought the good fight. And it was important to do this, and I go back to when I first met Mr. Kargasaki. It was important to do this, and it's important to do it right. But when you have a chance where you're going to get a decent road and it solves that problem, you ought to go for it, because it's going to get paid for by somebody else, not the Kargasakis, and it's going to allow them to not have that problem over their heads when they harvest their grapes, which are some of the very best grapes in Santa Barbara County. I mean, the Kargasakis, to their credit, have built a vineyard operation that's one of the top 2 or 3% in the county. And but it'll protect that. At some point in time, they may consider selling the vineyard. It just happens as people age, and generations change. And the fact that there's an all-surface or all-weather surface road, paved, whatever you want to call it, on the property will make it more valuable. So this is in the Kargasaki's interest in dealing with this. It's in the interest of the 39 parcels to get this over with. Still another connection I thought of is that my wife used to have some good friends when she worked as the CFO at CEC, okay? And there was a young lady there. She and her husband were looking for some inexpensive land to have a little hobby farm, and they were some of the suckers that bought one of those 39-acre parcels where you could buy them cheaper than anywhere else, and then learn there was absolutely nothing you could do with it except for mow it and shoot rattlesnakes and things like that. And there's just a lot of people for which this has been a tragedy. I mean, a lot of people, and it's just time to get it done. So here at the Planning Commission, we kind of have to move things along, and we can't take the time that a court of law does, and we can't slow it down that way. Here, I think that Mr. Fox is wrong in calling this equivalent to paving. I think this is paving, okay? On the CTB treatment, I have no doubt that it's paving, and I've read a ton of materials, and they talk about it. But I could see the argument that the rest of it, sections A and C in the plans, is paving. I'll go along with that because the fire department's looked at this. And I think that's what Commissioner Bridley's looking at. And the fire department looked at it a couple of times. And their last time they looked at it was just this January. This is after this testimony was made at the court level. And they said, this meets our standards. And the fire department is worried about, like we said earlier, getting people out and getting big, heavy trucks in. And they think it's going to work. So I would support approving this project, denying the appeal, but I have a word of caution here. I wound up trying a lot of easement cases and taking some on appeal. And clients always come to lawyers and they ask, well, am I likely to win? Am I likely to lose? What are the odds? And I said, on easement cases, judges hate the goddamn things. They hate easement cases because none of them really understand the law. They don't do enough of them to understand the law, and so they don't feel comfortable with them. And when you're at the trial court level, it's a flip of the coin. And it's not a whole lot better once you get to the appellate courts. And I can say things like that because I'm not a practicing attorney anymore. and I won't get in trouble that way. But, you know, this will go to the Board of Supervisors no matter what we rule today. That's why I'm ready to just send it on today. It'll go to the Board of Supervisors on appeal, and it'll get litigated. And you're going to spend, let's see, you'll spend at least another $150,000 apiece in trying it and appealing it, and probably more, but at least that amount of money. $150,000, I'm looking at you, Mr. Blanco, pays for a hell of a lot of road seal. And what I would do, regardless of what the Planning Commission does today, is I'd call Mr. Morris tomorrow, and I'd say, you know what, we're going to revise our plans, and we're going to make it all CTB, and we're going to put a veneer of bituminous something on it, because that's generally what's done. And put your money into that, not into lawyers and not into fighting, because you put the lawyers on it, they're going to spend a lot of money, they'll do a good job, and you'll be fighting this for another 2-3 years, the way the appeals go. So call them up tomorrow, no matter what happens, and get this resolved. And so I'm going to make the motion to deny the appeal, approve the project, but with that note of caution.
Commissioner Reed, you have your light on first.
After listening to all of this, I was, you know, you look at something of a dispute of such long standing, and you know, when I drove up there myself, you look at the owners of those parcels, and you know, I travel roads like that when I'm out hunting up in the mountains. Just to think about somebody having to use that every day just for simple access to their property makes one think there certainly should be a better way. I think construction of this road is a mechanism which would definitely achieve that. I know there have been talks about standards of construction and what is pavement and what set of standards should apply, but I think it's been made perfectly clear that as the Planning Commission, we're to operate to the county standards, which makes sense to me. I know one of the arguments from appellant was this road might result in dust and negative effects on the crop, including one claim it might increase level of mites. Well, I got a master's in plant pathology. I don't swallow that one, although I do see, you know, perhaps some effects of dust. But on the other hand, the Kargasachis have had a dirt road running immediately adjacent to their row crops for generations with random traffic running over that. I don't see that has been such a problem, since dust will migrate quite a distance. So I'm inclined to go along, well, more than inclined, to go along with Chair Park in supporting the denial of the appeal and approval of the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, Commissioner Bradley?
Well, it's been a very interesting discussion. I'm going to go back to staff's recommendation and county council's reminder, and to some extent Mr. Fox's points, in that our job is to look at how this comports with the county standards, and I have complete faith that County Fire looks at these things very carefully, as does the grading inspector and building and safety and all the experts that we have at the county that are not the decision makers, you know, and whether we're talking about a road base, a cross section, or a, solar panel. There are reasons that we don't have to get into the minutia that unfortunately we've been presented with today. So I am thrilled to support Commissioner Park's motion, and I think hearing from a couple members of the public in that area was very persuasive to me, because it sounds like this absolutely has to get resolved and move forward, despite what litigation may still be ahead of us. So we're ahead of everybody else. So I will support the motion with pleasure.
Thank you. And Mr. Koenig?
Well, Mr. Chair, it doesn't really matter if I add correctly what we think, but I will for the, you know, this is a conglomeration of legal issues that have already been tried. I feel sorry for the parties all the way along, win or lose. There is no end to the litigation possibilities here. but there can be an end to the planning department portion of it, and our staff recommends a particular set of findings, and I didn't see anything that was out of bounds about that, except that it might be overturned in court, and there's not anything we can do about that. So let's pass it along, first to the board, then to the courts, and hope for the parties that they can come to an agreement that will make a lot more sense than following this for the rest of time. So as reluctant as I am to not defer to the actions of courts, I know they're fallible as well, I will support the motion.
Thank you. And I'm gonna feel like whatever I say is like an echo chamber, but it's the truth. Is that this is not the end. This is definitely not the end of what's happening, and I will be supporting the motion of Commissioner Park in relation to this thing. And yeah, it's the county standards. I mean, we have the county standards. It moves on from there. You're going to appeal. You're going to litigate, and I can just only assume what the cost of litigation is going to be horrendous. But I'll end at that. Thank you. So I'll call for if a commissioner would make a motion.
I'll go ahead and make it. And you all know me, I'm too lazy to read all of the recommended actions, but I'll refer to the recommended actions during the staff report, and they're in front of everybody. And 1, we deny the appeal in this matter. 2, make the required findings of approval. They're described in the staff report. That includes the CEQA findings. Determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and we approve the project, which has a different case number, subject to conditions of approval that are included in the attachments. So that's my motion. And one thing the commission won't be voting on, because it's not part of the motion, but it's my plea that you get together and get this done. My best friend, Michael Benedict, put a large part of his life trying to make this work for both sides, and you should honor that. He's passed away, and you should honor that work on his behalf and get this thing done. You can do it, and it'll benefit you both. Thank you.
Do I hear a second?
I'd be happy to second.
Commissioner Reed, and let's do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And that will conclude today's planning commission. Thank you.